あれまだ残ってたの？まだいる？帰るならもう閉めるけど、どうする？そう鍵頼まれた。でも取りに来るものあったからさ。まあちょうどいいのもあんだけどね。これやばい、選択肢忘れるとこだった。危な。ねえやばい。やだよ、洗いたいじゃん。てかさ、そういえばさっきすごいのもらったんだけど。さ、催眠術ってあるじゃん。なんかこう味変わるとかさ、あとなんか体がこう固まってみたいなやつ。なんか椅子とか座ったらさ、かけてもらってスッて引いたら固まってるみたいな。そうそうそう、なんかね、そうそれが催眠術が流行ってるんだって。でも催眠術ってよりなんか催眠動画なんだけど、そうで、なんかその動画を見せながら命令するとガチで催眠かかって本当にしたりするんだって。やばくない？いやわかんないけど、かかるかわかんないけど、でなんかちゃんと最後にはその人の記憶なんか消して催眠を解いてあげないとダメみたいな。なんかあるじゃん、催眠術のやつでもさ、テレビとかでもさ、最後になんか解きますみたいな、なんか解くのがセットなんだって。そう、なんか催眠かかったままだとなんかあれ意識とかなんか無意識みたいな、なんか難しいけど普通に危ないんだって。でさ、ネットにあったやつだと親とかに使ってテストとかごまかしたり、あとなんかやばい人だとなんかお金取ったりとか、そうやる人もいるらしい。やばいよね。やば。あとはなんかあれ好きにさせるとか、ちょっとこうあっち系とかに使ったり人もいるらしい。そうそうそう、そういう感じのやつをやるんだって。そうそうそうそうそう、女の子に使ってなんかしちゃったりとかね。でさ、なんとその動画を手に入れました。いやでもなんか結構やばいらしい。いやガチで、なんかあんまり長く見たらダメだって。いや本当に危ないって。見る？なんかこれでほんとチラッとがいいよ、マジで危ないから。いくよ。やばいやばいやばいやばいやばいやばい。やばくない？なんか怖いじゃん、なんか変な感じ、キモくないこれ？音とかさ、なんか映像もさわかんないし、そんな感じらしいよ。何やるの？でもなんか危ないって言われた。いやガチガチガチガチガチ。マジで知らないよ。じゃあ試す？分かった。じゃあちょっと待って、いくよ。じゃあはい、見てね。大丈夫？もういい。よし、じゃあはい、じゃあ3回回ってワンって言ってください。じゃああれ3回回ってワンはなんで？なんか変な感じないの？でもあれだよ、体質とかあるみたい。人によるって。 ほらなんかかかりやすい人とかかりにくい人みたいなあるっぽいよ。本当に何もあんなに見てたのに。でもマジちょっと待って、一応さなんかさかかってるかもしれないじゃん。それは危ないからさ解除しとこう。いくよ。はい、よし。いやなんかこれが解除方法っぽい。これでなんか催眠がかかってるのが解けるんだって。でもこれがないとダメなんだって。いやマジで一応ね。うちうちやるの？いやでもなんかやばいじゃん。なんかなったら嫌じゃん。まあ大丈夫だった？マジ？いや絶対なんか変なことしないでよじゃあ。じゃあはいこれ見せてくれる？はい。怖い怖い怖い。はい、わかりました。嘘って何が？はい、わかりました。わかりました。脱ぎます。はい、いきます。きました。他に何かありますか？ああれなんだっけ？あ、 これ試すんだっけ？あ、じゃあほらやってみて。あ、そうなの？うん。まあ怖いもんね。さっきちょっと見ただけでもめっちゃ怖かったし。ほら、しかもさ、なんかかかったらさ、何でもこう言いなりにできたりするしさ、なんか思い通りにできるみたいなの危ないもんね。あ、ってかあれ、荷物大丈夫？じゃあもう鍵閉めちゃっていい？うん、このまま職員室持ってく。先生さすがにいるよね？帰ってるとかないよね？うん、大丈夫。あ、起きた。ありがとうね。ちょっとみんなに聞かれたくなくてさ、ここなら誰も来ないし。あ、それいいよ、座って。あ、ねえ、さ、催眠動画のことあるじゃん。うん。誰かに言った？あ、ほんと？あ、よかった。いや、あれさ、結構危ないじゃん、広まったりしたら。うん。だからちょっと他の人に広めんのあれかなと思って。うん。だからちょっと誰にも言わないでくれる？うん。オッケー、よかった。危な。誰かに言ってたらやばいと思って。うん。でさ、あの動画さ、なんかね、何回も試すと聞きやすくなったりするっぽくて。で、もう一回試してみていい？怖いとか言ってたけどなんか聞かないの悔しいじゃん。しかもさ、ほら、初めてだったじゃん？ 1 回目だったからかもだし。うん。うん、見て。いい？じゃあね、これ。うん。じゃあいくよ。はい。よく見てね。はい。よいしょ。どう？なと思って。うん。だからちょっと誰にも言わないでくれる？うん。オッケー、よかった。危な。誰かに言ってたらやばいと思って。うん。じゃあ、アニメのモノマネをしてください。嘘？なんとも？マジ？でもまだ2回目だからさ、なんかこれ続けたらなんかなるかも。いや、マジマジ。なんかボーっとかしない？なんか体熱いとかさ。なんかない？でもさ、ほら、なんか、なんかじゃあ今後もさ、やってみようよ。だって試してみたいじゃん、催眠術。かかったら面白くない？なんか、かかるのもだし、かけてみたいかも。だって、言うこと聞かせられるじゃん。なんか買ってきてとかさ、できちゃうし。マジっちゃう。うん。まあでも自分がさ、なんかかかってさ、ほら、味覚変わるやつ。わさびがとかさ、全然辛くないとかあるじゃん。そういうのも結構興味あるから。本当なのかなって。 でもさ、なんか本当にかかったらさ、何でも言うこと聞いちゃうのかな。だって催眠術だよ。もう何でもじゃない。変な命令とかしないでよ。うん。絶対絶対する気じゃん。いや、かかんないと思うけど。マジ試す。まあまあまあまあ、そうだね。じゃあ分かった。うん、はい。これ最初に戻して。うん。じゃあ見るよ。うん。うん、なんか変な感じ。うん。うん。わかりました。はい、どうぞ。うん、わかりました。スコンと。これで見える。うん。うん。はい。うん。ブラウンですか。はい、どうぞ。うん。はい、わかりました。触っていいです。 あれあれ、何してたんだっけ？あれあ、あれうちのスマホ、あ、なんか電話来てたんだ。気づかなかった。あれ、うちなんかしてた。あやっぱり、そんな簡単に書かないか。でも、なんか、書かないの悔しいからさ。うん。ね、明日も試そう。うん。じゃあ、帰ろっか。明日もまた、ここね。よいしょ。あ、早い。負けた。そんな気してたからちょっと急いだのに。悔しい。早かった。どのくらい？あ、そうなの？うん。疲れた。うん。あ、飲む？そうか。あれもしかして関節なの気にしてた？別にいいのに。あ、そうだ。で、あれだ。あれね、あれ。よいしょ。これ、ほら、催眠。3度目の正直とかさ、言うじゃん。そろそろかかるかもよ。でもそろそろ来そうじゃない？本当に。全然。じゃあさ、5円玉とか追加してみる。こうやって、5円玉さ、こうやって、あなたはだんだんみたいなやつでさ、ふわふわふわってやったら、プラスでかかるかも。そしたら、めっちゃね、かかったら、もうすっごいもう強い催眠かけて、めちゃくちゃ恥ずかしいことさせる。でも写真撮っちゃう。弱み、弱み、バラされたくなければ、みたいな。もうそれ、催眠いらないじゃん。いやでもなんかさ、そう、かかってもらって、うちが操るのが楽しいんじゃん。そうだから別に、ほら、なんか命令してさ、やるんじゃなくて、催眠でって感じ。うん。まあまあまあいいや、じゃあ、やるよ。いい？よーく見ててくださいね。いきますよ。はい。来たんじゃない？だんだんだんだん催眠かかる。はい。では、好きな女子の名前を大声で叫びなさい。ダメか。かかってたらめっちゃウケたのに。えいやいや、なんか、恥ずかしいのってこの辺かなーって思っただけ。別に全然何でもよかったよ。次やったら、あれだな。全裸で下校しろとか、やばいやつにする。写真撮ってね。動画でもいいかもしんない。絶対やばいよね。かかんないか。2度あることは3度あるの方だった。くっ 悔しい。待って待って待って。じゃあさ、4度目のみたいななんかない？やろうよやろうよ。ちょっと待って、まだもしかしたらなんか、ぽやっとしてる最中かもしんない。追加で追加で。おいさいみ、おいさいみ、こう、おいさいみ。はいはいはい、いいから。見て。うち交互な感じ？そう？まあいいけど。まあまあまあ、そういう感じね。うん。でもなんか、うちもさ、3回目じゃん。全然かかってないけど、なんか3回目だから、そろそろなんか、マジでかかっちゃいそうな気がする。なんか、ほら、やってたけどさ、あんまり記憶ないんだよね、ぶっちゃけ。何してたかわかんない。だからなんか、あれかなって。何されてもわかんないかも。うん。うん。じゃあ、いいよ。はい。はい。かけてみて。どうぞ。はい。うん。うん。なんか、ぼーっとする。うん。うん。うん。はい。わかりました。 なんかなっちゃったうんうん、まあ大丈夫。ああ、うん、そうだね。ティッシュ。あ、そうだ。ティッシュとか使う？拭いたりとか。はい。わあ、すごっ。結構暗い外。あれ、帰りになんか買おうと思ってたんだったけど、なんだっけな。あれ忘れちゃった思い出せない。コンビニ行けば買うかな。何が解除？あ帰ろ。いや、帰るねこの時間でも外暗。時間平気？なんか結構調べたんだけどさ、なんか暗くしたりするとなんか落ち着いたりして結構かかりやすいっぽいよなんかこう五感が研ぎ澄まされるみたいな。まあやってみないとわかんないけどさ、ほら今までってさ電気つけてたじゃん。だからなんかちょっと消してみるとか、なんかその方がかかるかもしんないじゃん。ちょっと待ってて待ってていいかわ、結構暗い。結構暗い。やばいいや外が暗いからさ、電気消すだけでマジ暗いんだけど。いや怖くねえし近い？大丈夫？いやマジ夜の格好結構やばいよねいやまあでもこれでかかるようになるかも。だってここまでやってかかんないとさ、なんか悔しいじゃん。だって本当にマジでこの動画かかるって有名なんだもん。ちゃんとかかるやつだし。いやマジでだからかかっていろいろ試したいことあるから。はい、じゃあやってみようはい、ではでは、はい、これ見て集中してね。だいぶ集中してください。あ、でもリラックスね。リラックス。落ち着いて。いい？はい。スー。はあ絶対かかるよ。絶対かかる。かかる。かかるかかる。かかれる。自分がちゃんとかかるって信じて。 いい、大丈夫？いくよ。かかるよ、絶対かかるよ、かかるよ。ほら、どう？ぼーっとしてるんじゃない？なんかほら、ねえ、呼吸とかなんか変な感じだよ。ぼーっとしてるよ。でしょ、ほら、やっぱ聞いてるかも。聞いてるよ、それ。じゃあ3回回ってうんって言って。すごい。じゃあ鼻の穴に指入れて。すごい、マジで聞いてる。やばい、聞いてるよ。すごい。じゃあ好きな人の名前教えて。あれ、聞いてないのか。好きな人の名前誰か言って。いないってことなのか。じゃあ何なら通じるの？名言ないかな。じゃあじゃあハグして。すごい、じゃあ睡眠聞いて。はい、やばい。やって。だかあれ、めっちゃドキドキしてるんじゃないの？ねえ、好きな人はいないの？いるの？ね、言ってよ。ねえ。あれか、ハグってこんな感じなんだ。やってみたかったんだよね。いや、できそうな人がさいなかったからさ、催眠かかってくれたからちょうどよかった。すごい、こんな感じなんだ。あったかい。チュー、キスもしたい。して。 スンする。して。まだキスして。リップはダメ？してみたい。下もっと入れてもいい？あれ入れるから口開けて。じゃあ次はこっちが下入れてきて。すごい。催眠めっちゃかかってるね。ねえ、まだ試したいことあるんだけど。いい？ちゃんとかかってるよね。 ちも舐めて。さっきのそういうやつやって。うん。すごい。うん。うん。これ結構好きかも。こんな感じなんだ、マジで。うん。うん。すごい。ちゃんと催眠かかってる。めっちゃ効いてる、催眠。何でもできちゃうな、これ。いいよ。じゃあこっちも舐めてみて。舐めて。
Alright, 82 photographs. 82. So what is it? July 19th. 11 10 a.m. Dun 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 dun. Da da da. I need to be encoding. I didn't encode a single thing yesterday. 7/12. It would be quite good if I was to encode 2 per day, honestly, because I'm never going to catch up to reality if I do not. There's like 7 folder or whatever. So by the end of today it's going to be 8, right? What do we have here? What do I see on preview in there? I cannot click, unfortunately, because it's extracting it. So will there be more Tomb Raider? I cannot tell. It is probably a long game, right? I cannot imagine it being like, you know, a game a streamer kind of takes up and finishes in one stream. It sounds absolutely unimaginable, insane too. Unimaginative. Oh, it's Sparkle. Alright, let's see through what with this encodes and whatnot. Alright, 3.2. Just what I'm usually doing. Is there any VODs that I have on my drive? 711, 711, 1. What about these ones? Something is entirely different. Sorry, something is entirely up with the browser too. Nothing working from the look at it. Could not connect to the VPN. Why? I guess the browser didn't boot up. Right, 710, 711, right? I didn't back up my photographs in a while too. I think I have like 100 folder worth of photograph not backed up. That's pretty bad sign, honestly, right? Because I do have well them saved on the phone, right? But in case something happens, I could lost so much of data. It's insane. So what we are going to be doing here? When was the last photo that I backed up? Honestly, I need to back up photo. You guys do not mind if I do so right now, right? Which was the last photo I backed up? 320th Fort, right? So that's 28 gigabyte worth of photo not backed up. Here. Oh, sorry, where's the folder? There. 20,000 files. Well, it is on 40th gigabyte. I think I'll wait until this 40th. It is a lot of files and really good ones at that, right? I think I will wait up until it's 40th gigabyte. Or will I? 24 gigabyte. 23 gigabyte. I'm sorry for not showing it, but 21 gigabytes, so somewhere here, right? Sheesh, why is there so much gigabyte here? 20th gigabyte. 349, this one. Yeah, let's create a mega account. Wouldn't hurt to save up photos. It's a little bit no good idea while I'm coding, but usually this kind of overwhelmed the disk back when I had previous processor. Requesting account data. So my cock was pretty large today. There was 2 Chinese girls. Honestly, it's pretty off-putting to be putting it like that, right? It's like everyone can immediately think like any kind of girl would suffice, right? No. It was obvious that they were stupid. Right. Listen. They were not stupid. They were on the video in the right and appropriate time. That's kind of important. And doing that which mattered. Is this just a being good that attracts those who are good? No, it isn't that simple either, is it? Right, which one's the last? 37? This one says 38. So it should be 39 ideally, right? Right, copy the name of this one. So it's going to be 39th account on this mega. So password, I don't need to be typing it, just copy paste. Oh wait, I think it's already occupied. Oh yeah, it is. Oopsie daisy. Why it's not saved then? I think it is now. Right, 40th it is then. Yeah. Captain. I'm not showing my passwords on the screen, do I? There's a foreign notification from 4 different account of Megan back on my email. Does this mean that they are overwhelmed on the data and they're going to erase it soon or what? I need to check those out, but it's going to take some time to save up all this. Right, download later, click on here. Alright, eat this. Oh, the speed is really good. I do well hope that the Firefox kind of keeps up this free kind of VPN data thingy. It sounds kind of insane, right? That there are essentially no VPN applications that are global ones, right? And everyone fucking impose it on everyone. All VPN applications you are seeing are monopolized by those who are essentially terrorizing the world on its own, by themselves. So what is normal about any of that? What was the last video that I sent out? I know for certain I didn't send out all night videos. There's two accounts I've been using, I presume it's on the second one, yeah. Sure is. Which is the last that I sent out?
あと思ってじゃあ
What was the last? What was this one? What's on the preview? The raid list. I'm looking for raid lists. What's this one? 2346 at night. That was the last one. I see. So there's 2 batches not sent out. I see. We're not going to be bringing it up as a topic of discussion, right? But as a matter of say, as a matter on hand, there is in fact quite a lot of roaches here. I'm not going to fucking lie. Not around my place, but they migrate every single night to my desks. I remove pretty much everything out of here that can be like consumable, but let's roll this entire place from the kitchen primarily. For all using there, just this place is fucking ditchable. I don't know for how long. I should have left this fucking place already, but can I? No, someone really wishes to be fucking murdering people out there. So So what are we doing here? Wooden Crisis, who I play, which one? We did start on the Genshin Impact story, and we do need to get through the Wooden Crisis crap, the Dania's birth and whatnot, right? There was Wooden Crisis exploration yesterday. Let's continue with the Genshin. I feel like the game is hype and it would help significantly to just continue with it. Like me personally as content creator. The discoverability. Is it wooding up? What is happening? Oh. Ah, the Astra. Nova. Nova means new, nowhere, right? It is primarily used in Fox for the star kind of birth activity. That is in fact. One, yeah. Yesterday. Let's continue with the Genshin. I feel like the game is hype and that's where it. I cannot use this website. let's close down that menu, right? The Grand Blue Fantasy one. Yeah, all sound random. Guys, did I unfortunately accidentally
音楽は好きよ。いろいろな楽器を独学で学ぶさ。
I clicked on bottom right corner of the windows. That kind of wraps up everything. Right, return to the Note Crisis base. Let's fucking go.
またスネージナヤパレスに戻れってお達し。はあ、どうしてしょっちゅう集まりがあるのかしら。 けるわね。一休みしたいわ。もっと早く。
Yeah, man, that almost looked like there is no entrance to this place. It's like nothing in there. Funny. I guess it's like Half-Life, right? Kind of removable. You remove something that opens up a passage. After all, it's a secret base.
みんな無事に戻ってこられてよかった。
Oh, what an artificial voice work, I love it. It's a relief to see you all make it back in one place. Dun 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 dun. It's a relief to see you all make it back in one piece.
あれ、人が減った気がするぞ。フリンズたちは？
フリンズたちは
ネフェルもいないみたいだよな。
ネフェルみたいだよな。
俺が一足先に来たんだ。
姉さんは今後片付けに忙しいから。
Natural to say, I do not, I do not expect to be reading all of this, so we are just to proceed with the story. If there is something important, I'll read it. Otherwise,
なるほど。この人がお前たちの連れてきたステップか。
oh, a big fish. Look at this. She's a stola zvarka on those hills.
はじめまして。
Oh.
コロンビーナとはお茶会仲間で、今回は招かれてお手伝いに来た。アルレッキーノと呼んでくれ。
Tea companion Ochai. Is this really how she is going to introduce herself? A tea party companion.
あれは
This can be. This is Columbina's tea party companion with a bunch of freaking red glowing eyes.
この瞳、どこかで見たことがある気がする。そうだ、さっき姉さんが見せてくれた。
This can be. I know I've seen her somewhere on a party with Columbina drinking tea.
アルレッキーノか。ファトス大王院もそんな名前だったな。偶然ってわけじゃなさそうだ。
You're more than a tea party, Bardi.
ほう。
Oh my
大
god.
団長様は見識が
Well
広い。
informed, eh?
モンド出身で、ナドクライに住んでいるというのに、スネージナヤの同
Oh no 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 no. I clicked unfortunately. Let's listen to the voice. No matter the animation, right? So immediately to say the encounter of the two strongest forces of the Fatu and the strongest person of the Mondstadt, right? Kind of legendary.
ほう。
Oh.
大団長様は見識が広い。
Danchu
モンド
sama.
出身で、ナドクライに住んでいるというのに、スネージナヤの動向についても意識なさっているとは。
Oh.
ほう。大団長様は見識が広い。
Keishki wa heroi. Heroi means tall, lengthy, right? Something like that. That means that he knows a lot. Heroi. Usually that means like tall, lengthy or something like that, right? Large, I don't know, something
ジ
like
ェン・ファトゥス
I know for certain it's there to express measurement, right? Do not know in which direction. A Fatih Harbinger.
急に雰囲気が重くなった。相手はファデュイの執行官だからな。
A Fatih
非常事態とはいえ軽々しく信用できない。
Rikin is just about the character. A Fatih Harbinger. This is outrageously hilarious already. The Fatih Harbinger and they brought the most hilarious one into the party. Kind of ironic that she was also hilarious on those cinematic with Rosalind, right? Call the trailer, right? She was one present on the party and hilarious one too at that.
少し気になるんだが、月神の嬢ちゃんはもうファデュイを離れたんだろ？どうして危険を冒してまで手伝おうとしてくれる？
Seeing as the moon goddess no longer belongs to the Fadi, what makes you willing to put your neck on the line?
などくらいはモンドに属していない。それなのに、ファルカさんもこの土地のために戦っているだろう。
No, it does not cry belong to Mondstadt, yet you're Mr. Farka fighting all the way for it.
報酬よりも制御不能になるリスクを避けることを優先すべき場合もある。
Bye,
そこ
Moaro.
に確固たる理由は必要ない。
You are shonai. Things don't always have to be tangible payoffs. Sometimes stopping things from spiraling out of control is a higher priority than chasing the spoils of the battlefield.
もちろん、メリットが全くないというわけではない。だが、それは私とコロンビーナの間の個人的なことだ。
Merito no Corombina. Lycanon is instrumental in helping us save the whole of Fontaine. I'm confident we can trust her.
申し訳ない。そなたを疑うのは本意ではないのだ。ただ、私たちなどくらいの者が直面している問題の
I don't mean to doubt you, but I'm here to scold you that your troops are pieces of shit.
ここにはここの暮らしがある。しかし、ファデュイたちはこの地に来てからずっと私たちに友好的とは言えない態度をとっている。
We have our own way of doing things, but ever prior of arrival of Fatih have been treating with sacrilegious and desecrative activities.
過去に両者の間に多くの不愉快な摩擦が存在していたことは十分に理解している。私も懸命に食い止めてはいるが、
Sometimes the fundamental conflict of interest can't be settled amicably.
故に今回の行動は私の個人的な判断であって、ファデュイとは関係ない。
It has nothing to do with Fatih. I'm here for Colombina.
誠意を示して早速一つ明かそう。私はコロンビーナの力を回復するために後月の月髄を見つける方法を知っている。
Getsuzui will ho eshiteru. Getsuzui, the moon marrow. Getsuzui will. So what I have to say is that Arlequina is a really funny character. Every single shot of her is hilarious. I don't know what's so magical about her. Half of a shot is really feminine, right? While the other one is kind of very hilarious like this one. By the way, I'm encoding at the moment. If something happens with the recording, it is an unfortunate, like, disastrous begin. But this has to be this way because I didn't encode anything yesterday, and just in general I have to be encoding a lot. Honestly, I could leave encode for later when I'm performing the Tomb Raider, right? But I quite often just either certainly forget or do not care anymore later, so it was just so that I encode in the morning, and I couldn't care less other anyway around. Gesture of good faith, I will be frank. I can help Columbina track down the iridescent moon marrow, which will help her restore more of her power.
他の議題はあるか。始めてくれ。
What else on the agenda? Let us begin. So the recording is gone, right? I didn't lose anything yet, did I? I do not want to test out to look into it, like... I'm gonna look at the properties. It says 144 megabyte on this video, particular one. I can certainly close up Grand Blue Fantasy thing, right? There's also mega upload. I'm really like using all the resources of the PC right now. It does say that the recording is going, but you cannot know for certain, can I? I cannot know if it will be like drop down later or right now. This is honestly a little bit frustrating to be doing all this, but let me open up the video. It looks like it's going just fine right now, but I do not wish to like, you know, lose like 8 minutes worth of progress or something like that of narration. It does say that it is going right now, however. Let's hope it proceeds fine, right?
誠意を示すって言いながら肝心な内容は言わなかったな。
She says she'll be frank and completely skips over the detail. Looks like she doesn't want to give away too many secrets.
しれっと話題を次の議題に移されたから突っ込みづらくなったし。でも今は信じるしかない。執行官第4位。手強そうな雰囲気だな。
Narikina evaluating the situation. Jaheda thinks that she can even speak with her. She clearly wants to change the subject. It would be awkward if I tried to bring it up again now. I guess we'll just have to go along with it. She's the fourth of the Fatih Harbinger after all. One look and you can tell she's not someone you would want to mess with. Oh, I would mess with her a lot. Varka lost in his own thought Jahodes.
そこまで言うなら、月髄を見つける方法については、アルレッキーノさんを信じよう。ヤホダ、極秘情報を共有してくれるか？
I have time to spill the beans on a top secret intel.
みんな聞いてくれ。まず月の狩人の正体はカーン・ルイヤの諜報員だってことが分かった。
Paimon leans forward.
当時奴は赤月の残党を排除することを生業にしてた。
First, we know that the real hero was originally a Kanra secret agent whose primary mission was to hunt down and assassinate the so-called dregs of the Crimson Moon. Oh,
赤月の残党？
the Arlekinos kind bunch.
ああ、
What an
記憶の
irony.
中で赤月とか黒日とかについて話してた。
Ah, Columbine immediately looked
カ
at
ーン・
her.
ルイヤの歴史に関することだと思う。
In the memories, there was this had become a personal grudge now. That's it. In the memories, there was a lot of talk about the Crimson Moon and the eclipse, and a whole bunch of other stuff from the time of Kenra.
「私の知る限り、赤月と黒日はどっちもカーン・ルイヤの王朝の名前だよ。
Dochimokanruya namayonayo. To my knowledge, to extent of my knowledge, those were the name of the two different Kenra dynasties. Crimson Moon and Eclipse.
はるか昔、カーン・ルイヤ人は赤月を信仰して月の投影から不思議な力を得てたって聞いたことがある。
Long, long ago, Mukashi, it's said that the people of Kenra worshipped the Crimson Moon, drawing a mysterious power from its reflection.
でも、クーデターで赤月は黒日にとって変わられた。新しい王朝の統治が始まって、黒日がカーン・ルイヤの象徴になった。
But one day a cop saw the Crimson Moon eclipsed, hence the name of the new dynasty that replaced it. And now it became the new emblem of the Kain Raya.
赤月王朝が滅亡してから長い年月が経った後も黒日王朝の最後の君主国王は赤月の秘密を狙って月の狩人に
Still long after the Crimson Moon dynasty had fallen, the last ruler of the Eclipse dynasty, the Winster King, still coveted the secrets it left behind. So he sent the Rusher of Solnary to secretly hunt down the Crimson Moon's few remaining followers. Right, do not start streaming, I accidentally clicked on
そ
that.
の時の月の狩人はまだ狂気に陥っていなかった。至って普通
In those days, Rerir showed no signs of madness. In fact, he was as normal as any person. Oh, and he had a fiancé, at the least a would-be fiancé called Solindis. Solindis?
どうした
Just after the Rerir regained his body, he called out that name.
ベツルフェルニルレインドットソリンディスソリンディス
As you can see, there was a clear vengeance, the animosity towards the first two names he had pronounced, such as Verthronir and Rinnedotter. But there was a sign of misery on the last one, right? As if he lost someone. So now we know why. That was a detail you could have predicted, honestly, by this logic.
他に手がかりはその恋人がどういう人間だったかとか
And also, right? Verthronir, Rinnedotter, Solindis. Like this, right?
彼女は神秘院の研究員だったみたいだ。でも他にも何かあるって感じがした。
Well, she was a researcher at Universitas Magistrorum, but it felt like she was hiding some kind of secret. Where does she know this from? Did they have some sort of document on her or what? Why did they save in 500 year?
それから月の
Well, there is a library in here, not quite, they were just at, right? There are in fact books that saved in 500 years. Well, in order for those kind of book to save, they have to be passed down via generation and reprinted, right? The paper paper is made out of the wood, right? I assume that the wood does not live more than 120th year or something like that if it is separated from its roots, from its natural living form, right? In the ground. It will just wither away, wilt. And one more thing, for some reason, Rerir's fragment also contains some of Solindis' memories, though only a very few
そう
portion.
か結構情報が集まったなとにかくソリンディスがまだ生きていた頃の月の狩人は正気を保っていた
Maybe
そう
he,
いうことだな
maybe he merged with her. Or a part of her kind of in him somehow. Well, no shortage of potential lead, I'll give you that. In any case, it sounds like we can conclude that with Solindis, while was still around, Rerir appeared to be lucid and quite normal.
それならソリンディスこそが奴の執念の元と考えるのが自然だろう
Solindis Uyatsu. Solindis, it seems, that have been the one thing in this world that he couldn't let go of. Tell me though, were this pure blood Kain Raya ever talking about here?
なんでそんなこと気にするんだ？待てよ。もし純血のカーンルイヤ人だったら
No, she might not be still alive. I mean, that's a very dumb conclusion. The course of immortality, she might still be alive. Oh, just like the captain. Taichumi Tiny. No. Oh, that was such a good face of Paimon here. I wish I kind of caught a screenshot. It was so fast though. Let me look at the video. This one, right? I'm not going to be starting honestly for it, but this one. I will not be restarting. I don't have any time to be restarting for screenshot in life anymore. I have many things to do to address today aside from it, like Tomb Raider, the exercises, etc.
恋人を見つけられたら月の狩人を元に戻せるかもしれないのか？
If you could somehow find her, do you think there is any chance Rayur might regain some of his sanity?
可能性はあるが、希望を奇跡に託すわけには。ネフェルが知り合いだというあの少に。
We can pin all hopes on you, my dear Lauma. That marriage who never knows, Doris Sangimahabei, maybe we could hire her to look into it.
それなら引き続き別れて行動しよ
Alrighty, let's keep working on a
う。
separate
旅人、
matter.
パイモン、コロンビーナ、そしてアルレッキーノさん。4人は後月の月髄を探しに行ってくれ。
Oh fuck, Arikin is such a slim girl. She's standing in front, right angle. She is much more intimidating, but this is much more feminine. Do you guys think Varka would take her? Mr. Arlecchino, Miss Arlecchino will look for the iridescent Monmaro, Kutar, Paimon, and us.
他のやつらは
ここに来るまでの間、クータルを追うワイルドハントがさらに凶暴になっていることに気づいた。
The wild hunt monster had grown ever more frenzied in their search for Kutar.
このままでは、ここで生活している一般人までもが影響を受け。
Ipanjin. At this rate, the people living here will be in grave danger too, so I'm thinking of gathering together some of our followers to wipe them out.
あたいは非分の館に戻って姉さんとご
みんなそれぞれ役目がある。ワイルドハントも活発になってきているし、ライトキーパーも動き始めるだろう。ここのことをフリンズに伝える人、俺はしばらくここに残る。
Oh, Flynn's that
フリン
madman.
ズ、アイノとイネファが戻ってきたら、次の計画。
Does Varka hold the high esteem for the Flynn's as well? Why nobody even considered that ever? When the people were nuts going in the city, aren't they like talk with Varka in the bar? I'll hold the fort for now, then discuss our next move with Flynn's Aino and Ainefa when they get back.
時間がないように
Nakatazo!
急ごう。
Kanganai Isogo.
こちらもすぐに作戦を始めて、なるべく時間を稼ぐ。
The Colombina and her second girlfriend are going away.
そう気負わなくていい。思いっきりやってくれればそれで十分だ。
Alex, just do your thing. I decided to call in the backup since things getting so messy. Our reinforcement should be here any minute.
それじゃみんな気をつけて行動してくれ。
Dismissed. Imaginary reinforcement.
戻りました。早かったですか？それとも遅かったでしょうか？
Hayakata desu ka? Soritomo osakata deshu ka?
ちと遅かったな。みんなすでに次の行動を始めてる。月神のジョーちゃんは新しい助っ人を連れてきたし、ネフェルも手がかりを見つ
The
けてき
Nefer has found the promising infant, the Moon Goddess has found a new ally.
た。そっちは順調だったか？
まずまずかな。
Mazu mazu
どれ
kana.
くらい持ちこたえられるかはわからない。おとりが破壊される。
I don't know how long we can stall him for. The decoys are getting taken out faster than we imagined.
まずまずかな。どれくらい持ちこたえられるかはわからない。おとりが破壊されるスピードが想像以上に速くって。
Speedo ga.
後でもう一回制作に取り掛かるけど、 一旦休ませて。そうだイネファ、さっきフリンズと話したことをファルカ。かしこまりました。ファルカさんはアームスバルトニル湖でワイルドハントの源を調べたところおとりだったとおっしゃっていましたね。しかし以前フリンズさんが提供してくれた情報によると、ファルカさんがアームスバルトニル湖に行く前からすでにワイルドハントはナドくらいで何度も発生していました。
According to Flin's intel, several outbreaks of the Wild Hunt had already occurred in Nordcry in the period leading up to that.
当時月の狩人はまだ完全復活しておらず力も限られていました。
That is before he had regained his body, when he was far from regaining his full strength. In other words, in theory at least, he still lacked the means to act in two places at once.
フリンズ、ライトキーパーはこの地でずっと。アイノ、お前ならただのおとりじゃない。俺とイネファはアームスバルトニル湖に行って。やったー、ファルカおじさんならそう言ってくれるって思ってたんだ。約束通り来週はアイノが甘いものをどれだけ食べても口出ししないでね。
Yakusokudori. I told you Uncle Wark would say that, didn't I? Deal's deal. Not worried about my snack intake for the next week.
情報を更新。アイノの予測的中率を引き上げました。
Database updated. Reliability of Aino's prediction increased.
どういう意味だい？
お二人はあなたが情報を聞いた後にどういう判断をするか
They
か
were
けてたんですよ。
betting on how he would respond.
誰でも同じ判断をするだろう。賭けになってないと思うぞ。
Ain't the obvious choice. Hardly worth betting on.
アームスバルトニル湖の調査はイネファさんに任せてください。作戦会議の場所には
イネファ任せてください。
全体を指揮できる人が待機しておく必要があります。月の狩人。
Someone, wow, what a blue eyes of the workers. Someone need to hang back and oversee our strategy meetings, and besides, he still haven't fully recovered from ambush and Greer. There must be a reason why his eyes are so blue, right? Since he is Faunio's champion, like a birth one.
どうやら一番楽な仕事を譲ってもらっちまったみたいだな。ありがとうみんな。また後で会おう。
I mean, who's his mother? So I ended up with the easiest assignment. Well, I appreciate it, everyone. See you later. Oh wow. Well, looks like we're immediately with a bunch of Arlequinos. The sticker thing in the bottom right corner is hilarious. You know, someone made a GIF out of the Colombinos one, the Colombino doing the arm thing, right? Someone made a GIF out of that. That's hilarious. Well, back to the first Colombiano's girlfriend. Nothing truly new. Must be nice to be Colombiano to have so many. Go to the place the knave mentioned.
いい場所だ。総会をつなぐ扉にふさわしい。
Well, Sora is a good spot to cross over.
アルレッキーノ、オイラたちを連れてきたってことは何かいい考えでもあるのか？
I can't believe we're back to having this character as the main cast since the Fontana.
オイラたちは何もわからないままなんだぞ。
In all
コ
honest,
ロンビーナでさえ後月の月髄の行方がわからないのに、どうしてお前がわかるんだ？
Colombino no Saya. So in all honest, the ranks of Fatih are kind of narrowing down, right? The amount of character that can be supporting us is quite short now. Wow, they look so freaking fantastic next to each other, Colombino and Arlequino, right? Because the designs both are kind of outstanding. We still haven't gotten the slightest idea what is going on here, and even if Colombino doesn't know where the iridescent Moonsmarrow is, how do you?
簡単な話だ。
Quite simple.
私が赤月の王族の血筋であり、 爽快の炎の生き残りだからだ。
Because I am the inheritor of the royal bloodline of the Crimson Moon and one of the last surviving ember of the two worlds as flames. So Paimon, what to be surprised about? We already knew that much.
本当か？それってさっき言ってたあのカーン・ルイヤの赤月王朝のことか？
Correct me if I'm wrong, but was it not mentioned somewhere in the story? Because I personally do not know where it comes in the story, right? I do not know personally. I however recall someone pointing out at it. I think it was during the Kill This quest or something like that. Or at the very least he was involved in there, right? It was all over the social media back in the day, like 1.5 years ago or something. Well, let me continue sending out the videos in here, right? Whatever the last one was. The last video that I sent out was, hold on, let me see. Let us see. This one. Hold on. What is going on here? I'm just sitting in here in front of the PC. What else? Is it the second one? I think it is. Yeah, definitely is. Alright, next one then. I will continue in a second, so to speak. Okay, I'm going to crop out whatever is going on here. Wrap up with the last post on social media and proceed with further on with the story. Yeah, that's really not all the photos from yesterday, I have to say. Whatever. Doesn't necessarily matter, does it? Right, Lumine Impact. Are you serious? As in, you are a descendant of that Crimson Moon dynasty we were just talking about? The one from the ancient Kain Raya?
驚くのも無理はない。私も初めて知った時は驚いた。
Your surprise is understandable. I was also taken aback when I first learned of it. Odoroita?
驚くのも無理はない。
驚くのは無理はない。
驚くのも無理はない。私も初めて知った時は驚いた。
驚くも
驚くのも無理は
驚くの
驚くのも無理はない。
驚くのも
驚くのも無理はない。
She say odoroku no mo muri. Is there a no in the mo? Or like as in tu?
驚くのも無理はない。
She speaks so fast, it's incredible.
驚くのも無理はない。驚くのも無理はない。
I think she indeed says odoroku no mo muri wa nai. Just she speaks it really fast, right? So odoroku, surprise, and no, that is kind of connector particle in Japanese, right? Mo, that means two, right? Two. Two was taken aback, right? Muri wa nai, not without it, right?
驚くのも無理はない。 私も初めて知った時は驚いた。
して時驚いた。
だが落ち着いて考えた後、
So much
すぐに
grace
受
in
け入
the
れることができた。
so much grace in the
いろいろ
Arlecchino's
合点がいった
presence.
からな。
The more I thought about it, the more I realized the signs had been there all along.
幼い頃から特殊な炎を操れることには気づいていた。それは血液のように私の体内を流れ、私の神経をじくじくと燃やした。
When I was young, I discovered I could wield the various partials for the fire. It coursed like a blood through my veins, and smoldered away inside my nerves. Oh, let me look at the VOD for a mere second. That was an interesting transition, I have to say, but whatever.
激しく感情が動いた時、血縁の力を使いすぎた時、炎の中から何かが体を侵食してくるのが分かった。
What is more, whenever I experienced strong bursts of emotion or drew too deeply on this power, it was like some kind of presence within the fire would begin to gnaw away at me, consuming me from the inside out. Gnawing, that is a known word.
この両手も
Oh,
その何
fuck.
かのせいだ。最初は呪いだと思っていたが、執行官になってから道家が私の出自について教えてくれた。
Oh, we're back at Arlecchino, eh? Exactly, that is why my hands are like that too. At first I saw it only as a curse, but once I became a harbinger, the jester apprised me of the truth.
そしてここ数年の調査を経て、
The one from the
私
Canrea?
はようやくいくつかの事実に気づいた。
No wonder. So Jester, he is also Canrea's. Together with my own investigations over the past few years, there are several things that I've gradually come to understand. Was that not Arlecchino? Come and speak with Ririus' fiance anyway. What the chances are?
その一つが、赤月というのは、光月が砕けた後、女神が自らの生命を維持するために、アビスと結合した産物である。
For instance, take the so-called Crimson Moon. In truth, it is nothing more than the shattered remnants of the iridescent moon fused with the abyss to prolong its lifespan.
私が使う血縁は、
Oh,
赤
fuck
月
me.
から得た力だ。
This is magic.
光月の権能を持ち、アビスの影響を受けている。
How are they bringing so much freaking light into this character by just allowing this an insanely cinematic angles of just a Not Crisis sky? This is insane. Let's smaller me a little bit and bring entirety of the game on the screen at last. Right, good, right? Right, point Machi, Suicide Tsaritsa Chen Huichev. July 19th, 11:10 a.m. More like 12:25 p.m. What a woman, Arlecchino. I love how she moves, games engine. And she also clenching her fist. Since this blood flame was bestowed upon me by the Crimson Moon, it is all fusion of the iridescent moon's former power and the corruption of the abyss.
アビス、知っての通りの存在だ。私はアビスの力を利用するが、アビスも私の魂を狙っている。指先から腕を侵食するこの闇は、アビスに侵食された後だ。
この闇は侵食。後だ。
アビス、知っての通りの存在だ。
知っての通りの存在だ。
私はアビスの力を利用するが、アビスも私の魂を狙っている。
魂の
指先から腕を侵食するこの闇は、アビスに侵食された後だ。
魂の狙った。The soul. I understand the nature of the abyss well enough. I draw upon its power, and in return it hungers for my soul. The strange blackness is the mark of corruption it has left behind.
侵食が心臓まで届いた時、君は別の存在になってしまう。そういつか教えてくれたよね。
If I recall correctly, you once told me that if the corruption ever made it to your heart, you would become an entirely different person.
その通り。だから私はなるべく力を温存している。これは私とこいつの長きにわたる闘争なのだ。
Tosin, oh my god, her voice is so feminine, I love it. Give it to me. Hold on. Just let me put the audio interface back in place so it's easier to manipulate the volumes of the game. I put it on the left of my screen. Alright.
その通り。だから私はなるべく力を温存している。これは私とこいつの長きにわたる闘争なのだ。
You know, this is synthesized voice, it sounds way too good. You know, you certainly, you cannot tell when it's a real line here, right, or not. I don't know. I feel like it's a real voice, actually.
そしてここ数年の調査を経て、私はようやくいくつかの事実に気づいた。
She sound to pronounce very realistic. I think the only character in this game that is not a real person is Varka, because it's absolutely like synthesizer.
私が使う血縁は
This is definitely sound like Grand Blue Fantasy voice acting here.
私が使う血縁は赤月から得た力だ。光月の権能を持ち
There is no way a synthesizer could have synthesized this.
私が使う血縁は赤月から得た力だ。光月の権能を持ち
You hear how many like voice kind of different like ranges was in there, right? It's like this is quite easily to tell like real acting here. At least I think so. Yes, and that is the reason I'm always careful not to push my power too far. It is essentially a never-ending tug of war.
アルレッキーノ。
Arurekino.
アルレッキー
詳しい話はまた次の機会にとっておこう。
Arurekino, let Paimon
赤
hug you.
月と光月について他に聞きたいことはあるか？
And she's an adult person, very tall one as you can see. Oh my god, how tall is she anyway? Is this Luminia that is smaller or Arlecchino that is tall? I think Arlecchino is kind of average male height, right? Without those heels, insane ones. I think Luminia is 150th centimeter or something. Yeah, the rest of my story can wait. Is there anything else? The Crimson Moon or the Iridescent Moon that you are unclear about?
カーンルイヤ人が信仰してた赤月は3つの月のうちの1つ、光月が元ってことか？
Kogetsuto.
Ah.
Alright, let's not listen to it. Which was one of the three moon sisters. So the Crimson Moon that the Kainra used to worship was actually the Iridescent Moon, right? Which was one of the three moon sisters.
月を信仰してたなんて、その頃のカーンルイヤ人って今の蒼月の子みたいだな。
What is this shot? Does that mean that the Kainras were the Crimson Moon as the Frost Moon Science are to the Frost Moon?
歴史の多くは塵と共に埋もれた。私たちも詳細を知ることはできない。
So much of the history was lost, we have no way of knowing exactly what they were like.
だが、私はカーンルイヤ人がそれほど月を信仰していたとは思えない。光月の亡骸はアビスとつながるための媒体に過ぎなかったのだろう。
I would suspect that the Kainras weren't as devout in their moon worship as it might appear. The Iridescent Moon's remains simply served as their link to the Abyss.
その後、誰かがアビスに直接触れる方法を発見したのか、はたまた理念の食い違いが生じたのか。
Later on,
一部の者が
perhaps
クーデターを起こし、赤月の王族の血筋を追放した。
that was a large pause. Later on, perhaps someone discovered a way to make direct contact with the Abyss, or maybe there was some kind of ideological divide. Either way, a descending faction staged the coup and drove out the royal heirs of the Crimson Moon dynasty.
しかし、 たとえ黒き太陽が空高く昇ろうとも、赤き月の光が
Even with the dark sun looming high overhead, the crimson moon's glow never truly faded. If you want living proof, it is standing right before you.
初めて会った時から懐かしい雰囲気を感じてた。
懐かしい雰囲気。
初めて会った時から懐かしい雰囲気を感じてた。
感じてた。雰囲気。
ずっとその姿の向こうにあの不思議な赤い月を感じてた。アルレッキーノの炎には月の影と奇妙な黒い気配が映ってる。
黒い気配、the dark presence. When I looked at you, I felt I could see that mysterious red moon in the corner of my eye. In your flames, I saw its broken image surrounded by a strange black aura.
秘密を守ってくれたこと、感謝する。
Thanks for keeping
赤
secret.
月についてはまだ謎が多い。研究の名目で近づいてくる者もいるだろう。それが嫌だったのだ。
嫌だったのか。Alright, thanks for keeping a secret much about the Crimson Moon is still a mystery and I'd prefer not end up on the object of an insane research project. Hilarious.
さて、他の疑問に答えている余裕はもうない。行動を始めよう。
Anyways, time's against us, so if there's any other question, we'll have to wait.
サンドローネから受け取った手紙を改めて確認した。君は後月の月髄を受け入れられないから、しばらく私に預けたいと思っている。そういう理解で問題ないだろうか。
So speaking about that, did she arrive literally in 2 seconds after Sandrone sent a letter? This is absolutely outrageous how freaking fast she operates. Well, I guess this is Fatih Harbinger, it must have been with a red kind of flair to it, right? I just want to make sure I got one thing straight. In her letter, Sandrone mentioned that since you are unable to contain the iridescent moon's Smaro self, you intend to leave it in my custody, correct?
うん。私から君に渡せる最高の報酬でもある。
For now, this is the only way I can
後月はもとも
repay.
と君の出自に深く関わってる。それに月髄を君に預けておけば実力がさらに強化されるでしょう。
預けておけば
後月はもともと君の出自に深く関わってる。
関わっとる。
それに月髄を君に預けておけば
預けておけば
実力がさらに強化されるでしょう。
実力されたでしょう。The iridescent moon is already part of who you are, so with a Smaro in your possession, you will be even more powerful than before.
取引成立だな。では、早速始めよう。
早速始めよう。
始めようってここでか？赤月とここがどう関係あるんだ？
It's right in the sea, Paimon. Can you not see?
私が執行官になった時、道家がペリンヘリ、別名恋に落ちたレオ・ブラントという本をくれた。
What, Rio Branto? When I first became a harbinger, the jester gave me a book called Perrin Harry, also known as Leo Branto Innamorato.
今でもフォンテーヌで普通に買える本だ。赤月王朝時代の恋愛物語だが、愛憎劇はさておき。
Should be able to buy a copy next time you're in Fontaine. It's a love story set in the Crimson Moon era, but setting aside the tangled romances of its character is also a record of few interesting details.
赤月の時代、教養院は世界の外から子供を受け入れ、特殊な入院の儀式を行っていたというもの。
Children, Kodomo. In the Crimson Moon era, so the story goes, there was an orphanage that received children from beyond the bounds of this world and subjected them to a peculiar induction ceremony.
世界の外から来た子供？入院の儀式？
Beyond the bounds of this world, for real, and what kind of induction ceremony?
そうだ。赤月の賢者は神を超える存在を世界の外から見つけようとしていた。
外から、そうだ。
しかし同時に 彼らを恐れイニシエーションによってコントロールしようとしたのだ。
Carriera initiation control Sotokara. The Crimson Moon sages looked beyond this world for beings with power that surpassed the gods, but fearing they might lose control, they subjected these children to a process of the refinement.
彼らは集めてきた子供を暖炉の煙突に登らせ、死んだか見たかと尋ねた。その問いかけは子供が自分の死を認め、赤い月を見たと認めるまで
They
やまな
made
かった。
children crawl up a fireplace and kept asking them, "Have you died? Did you see it?" Till they finally admitted to having died and seeing a crimson moon. Nasty. Oh, what isn't nasty? The screenshots are absolute top tier. Top notch. Look at this. I can be printing this one and selling in real life. And someone will buy it. They made these children crawl up a yeah, we read this
儀
much.
式を通過した子供を大人たちは抱きしめ、こう言って慰めた。
Oh fuck. They're really
お前はもう
utilizing the model really well.
壁炉の中の爽快の炎を通り抜けた。今ここでお前は生まれ変わったんだ。
Oh, voice acting. Oh my god, let's listen to entirety of this. This was really there was a lot of pauses in there. Heavy pauses.
儀式を通過した子供を大人たちは抱きしめ、こう言って慰めた。お前はもう壁炉の中の爽快の炎を通り抜けた。今ここでお前は生まれ変わったんだ。
At times I am kind of jealous I don't know Japanese that well, but the adults embrace the children who pass the ritual, telling them, "Within the fireplace you have traversed the flames between the worlds, here and now you are born anew."
本には詳しい記述がないから推測に過ぎないがね。集めた子供たちにそうした烙印を押すことで、
The book leaves much
彼らが
unsaid.
赤月の光を永遠に浴びていられるように仕向けたのか
The
もしれ
book
ない。
leaves much unsaid, while I suspect that this was their way of branding the children they had enrolled, leaving an indelible mark upon them so that they would forever live in the Crimson Moon's light.
だからこの世界で赤月の月髄を感じられなく
This explains why I can sense the Crimson Moon's marrow in this world. It makes sense that it would be sealed in a special space that can only be accessed temporarily through some sort of ritual.
でもここには暖炉も煙突もないぞ。まさか今から作るのか？
No, you see a chimney somewhere.
じゃあおいらレンガを探してくるぞ。
I'm a freaking idiot. You only mean looking at you as one. There is no fireplace here. They say chimneys around where we are supposed to build it ourselves. Yep, I even know who will be serving as a chimney here.
いや、煙突は形式的なものに過ぎない。重要なのは爽快の炎を通ることだ。爽快の炎とは私の体内にある
爽快
こ
の
の特殊な
炎とは
炎のことを指す。
炎。爽快の炎とは Hono is flames, right? It would seem. This was Jujutsu Kaisen or some sort of anime. It would be used for arrow kind of move. Hono to wa. That won't be necessary. The fireplace is purely symbolic. The key to the ritual is crossing the ritual is crossing the flames between the worlds. In other words, the flames that burns within me.
この炎に焼かれた者はこの世に幽霊のような残影を
Claria.
カーン・ルイヤの人々はそれが生と死の世界をつなげると信じていたからこう名付けたのだろう。
That must have been the Claria, the girl from her childhood. Those burned away by such flames leave behind a kind of ghostly after image in the world. In the days of Kainrai, people believed they could be used to bridge the gap between the two worlds of life and death.
とにかくこの力があれば君たちのためにあの空間への扉を開けることも容易なはずだ。
In short, I can open a passage to that space for you. That is the easy part.
私はここでその通路を開けておく必要があるから同行できない。そこから先は君たちだけで進んでくれ。
Susundakure. The catch is I will need to stay on the side to keep the passage open, so I won't be able to come with you. Once you're inside, you will have to find your own way. Understood, don't worry, we'll get this.
よし。
Yosh.
では開けよう。
Okay.
旅人、もう少し月の光を分けてくれない？役に立つかもしれないから。
And the pyro uniform fits Lumina so well. Does it not? I always look at it and I always think this is a canonical Lumina's outfit. The pyro one, the one that she's wearing the longest since the Natlan. So she asked to borrow some sort of moon power.
ありがとう。
Maybe I'll use help later,
力を
right?
ちょっぴり回復できたみたい。これであなたたちを連れて少しなら空間移動ができる。未知の危険も怖くないよ。
Oh, let's listen to Combina's voice again. It was really good voice acting.
ありがとう。力をちょっぴり回復できたみたい。これであなたたちを連れて少しなら空間移動ができる。未知の危険も怖くないよ。
Sensual actress. I think I feel like I recovered some of my strength now, which should be enough to move us across short distances and confront whatever dangers might await. So a little bit of power regained. Oh no. I
い
cannot.
にしえの七色の主にして現代の偉大なる母紅の
Oh
爽
no.
快の支配者よ。
What the fuck is she
炎を
doing?
もって立ち炎をもってつく好みを捧
Oh my god.
げ主の降臨を恋願
What is
い
she doing? I'm in goosebumps. Mistress of the seven hues of ages past, great mother of the present, crimson clad. Even Paimon afraid. What is she doing?
すごい迫力だな。
Is this something humans should be able to do? The bloodline sure rules in this David world, ain't it?
一つだけ忠告をしておこう。扉をくぐる際何を聞かれても答えてはいけない。
No matter what voices you hear, do not answer. Hold on, let me look at the VOD. I missed one screenshot, I think. The one where she like brought a hand like this. Wow, this is something else, ain't it? In it. Hold on, let me look at the VOD. It was not that good of a screenshot, honestly, but the one that I got before was good. So in all honest, it's a little bit sunny, as you can see, based on my legs, right? Large ones. A little bit sunny. I'm a little bit of a white person, opposed to your void that the knave just summoned. So the dark known for being able to control space. That is a known factor from our real universe, right? The dark matter is suggested, heavily implied, and currently deduced as being able to expand the universe indefinitely. The universe always expands, it does not stay in one place. The universe getting larger. So the dark matter presumably is known for that kind of spatial distortion processing, and light is known for being a time controlling one matter on hand. Because there is a theory, listen, I don't know precisely why, how it can be explained otherwise, but there are quite certainly a theory that if you can go faster than light, You can bend a time curvature and essentially travel in a states of time, right? But going faster than light does not sound too feasible at the moment in the humans' grasp. So, but those two, dark and light, are known yet again to say for time and space. In a real world science, not in some sort of stupid ass video game. So I need to eat breakfast. It is quite sunny, so I would take a few photographs sitting here. The narration has been going for about an hour or something like that. It is almost 1 p.m. So before we proceed anywhere further, we will stop in here for a second for a minute. Bam. We're back to the right. Let me take a few photos and then eat breakfast. Hold on. How does it look? I don't think it's bright enough yet. Yeah, the sun is a little bit not there yet. I cannot like sun myself up entirely. Oh, why can't if I lean forward? And I took a few photos. Look at this. Now I gotta show it on this one, right? Alright. I has shown what I should have, right? Now let's go for breakfast after I took one more photo. Right. Photos never hurt, do they? Alright, let's start cooking breakfast. That will be breakfast, and afterward, I don't know. Let's take phone with me to right naturally. I'm gonna cook some breakfast. I came back to look if the camera is at the right angle. It's not flipped, right? Yeah. Alright, well, the plates are kind of defrosting in there, right? With all the trash on there. Inside, I'm going to bring the product here. And this goes here. This goes here. 2 eggs. 3, 4, 5. Let's head back. I saw a good angle for a photograph too, where I was walking in here. It's already not that good of angle while I'm doing this suspended, the thing. I should have stopped and took a photo because I have no clue what I was doing. I was carrying stuff, right? But how? Like this? Oh yeah. I should learn to like take stances without kind of any addition to it. Right. Let's put back the eggs and clean up the plate. Am I forward? Yeah, I am. There was outside if anyone didn't see it yet. I think I showed every single day. Quite sunny. too. There's quite plentiful of rice to be adding this stuff to. Should be for some sort of vegetables, right? It won't hurt if I took the shower. I hadn't in a while. It would not hurt. Because I'm also exercising, right? I'm sweating. It's like it's not good. I don't produce any sort of odor as far as I can tell, but my skin is very sensitive to begin, as you can see. It's very white, right? I feel like it's especially sensitive, I have to say. I feel like any sort of sweat on the skin of any normal person would end up in some sort of what is it called in English? In Russians? Irritation, yeah, that sort. Right, I'm finished with transferring photo files. I'll start cooking per chance, but first off, start sending out what I was doing here. Right. Where did I stop in terms of video? Here. To finish the Intel server. outbreak of the Wild Hunt had already occurred in North Korea in the period leading up to that.
当時月の狩り
Was it not mentioned somewhere in the story? Because I personally do not know where it comes in the story, right? I do not know personally. I however recall someone pointing out at it. I think it was during the Kill This quest or something like that. Or at the very least he was involved in there, right? It was all over the social media back in the day, like 1.5 years ago or so. Let me continue singing out the video. Day 27th. So this one, 12/12, last one, and it's already 1 p.m. Ready? We continue on. I don't think I'm uploading any sort of photographs that I just performed. Then again, I kind of need because I'm low on the photographs. This wasn't too many photographs, right? Let me upload them and then we continue. A little bit was stolen here for time. Let me transfer the photograph. I did delete those ones from the temporary folder, right? Yeah, I did. Let's upload a few more photographs and we'll go from there. 69 it says. Hilarious number, eh? I don't know free space, yeah, I know that much. Still keep copying, alright. Let's connect phone to the cable. Shouldn't be taking for all this process more than 2 minutes long. In fact, I can already turn on the camera right while doing so, right? Second button, temporary. Let's select all. Where's the cut button? Here, cut. Right, new folder. My pinky finger can barely reach in there. Oh my god. 3771. Paste. Alright, bam 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 bam. The photo turned out exceptionally well. I don't know how to be showcasing them on the camera, but doesn't matter, does it? I don't know what I was doing. Like this something, right? Once the camera goes back here, the cooking will begin in a minute. 15th. Let's show me. The iridescent moon is already part of who you are, so with a smile in your possession, you will be even more powerful than before.
取引成立だな。では、
So Encode finished it with Sim. Now I proceed to the second one. I usually encode twice per day. At the very least. I will proceed to the It is so laggy I will not proceed to the second encode. No, just save it and close. I will not be encoding any second time in here. I will be encoding when I'm going to be playing in Tomb Raider. I will perform my 3 encodes. This one, finish it up, and another 2.
早速始めよう。
早速始めよう。
始めようってここでか？赤月とここがどう関係あるんだ？
It's right in the sea, Paimon. Can you not see?
私が執行官
Chill.
によってコントロールしようとしたのだ。
Carrier initiation control. Oh, it isn't nasty. However, live in the Crimson Moon's light.
だからこの世界で
Our place is pretty symbolic.
ともう少し月の光を分けてくれない？役に立つかもしれないから。
And the pyro uniform fits Lumina so well. Does it not?
空をちょっぴり
What the fuck is she
炎を
doing?
持って立ち、炎を持ってつく。この身を捧げ。
Oh my god.
主の降臨を恋願い。
What is she doing? I'm in good. It may have been a little bit laggy, I'm so saying, because I was encoding. Because I forgot to encode while I fell asleep and whatnot. Because I was really tired, like doing many things yesterday, alright. Let's start cooking. After all, get as much out of this part of the story segment with the Genshin Impact as we can. First chance, right? I forgot bread? Yeah. I have nothing to smear my oil with. The bread is pretty good this time around. It's the one with, as you can see, seeds inside. And it's like half a soft, half a hardened one, right? This is a pretty good bread. I don't know what's the secrecy to the component of its structure, but it is half a hard and half a soft one. I don't know how they achieve this. I'm not a bread kind of creator. Probably the percentage of when they are kind of creating bread, it isn't like the bread is created on its own, right? This is a synthetic product, bread to begin with, right? It is created from mashing the grains from the field, right? Grains, is that the word? I'm not sure. I'm not a bread like cultivator, honestly. Right, there's no knife here as well. Well, also no water is here. And the knife, the nave. Right, the eggs are starting to cook quite fast. That is good. Honestly, sometimes it's better when they start cooking slow because the thermal affliction kind of can cause all sort of negative impact on the state of the food. Sometimes you do want to burn food, but sometimes you don't, especially with this egg thing. It contains pretty much all the nutrient you need throughout the day, right? So it would be pretty stupid to put it to the waste. Right, I grabbed apple as well. This is the last apple. It would be good if it was used for the exercise, but I have to say it's really hot right now. I don't know if I would be able to exercise if I don't eat this apple. Maybe I will eat a little bit of it because I feel like I'm lacking moistureness in my organism at the moment, and something like apple would help a lot. It is absolutely otherworldly tasty, I have to say. You know, when you are this hungry, right, and this hot, and when there's apple like this super juicy, it is super sour and sweet together. This reminds me of, natural to say, right, when I was 12-year-old running around this district, right, there are many places where you can grab an egg, I'm sorry, not an egg, but apple, apple, right? And some of them were so freaking sweet. I feel like I could stuff like 8 of them in my mouth back when I was 12-year-old, finding them on the tree. That ain't a good idea to be eating fruits like growing here, right? Especially with all the cars and whatnot, but some of them sometimes ended up really sweet. Some of them were really good, exceptionally. Alright, the spoon. I don't know, are this kind of spoon often think this kind of utensil? I use it quite often, regularly, all the time, but I don't know, this long spoon is like often used like regularly by anyone else out there. I find it very convenient, I have to say. Wait, is it to cook and even not... Oh, sorry for loudness, but... Alright, two of these big boys. Big and bad. And a sausage. One. Right, I will have to cook more on this, but it's a little bit dirty, I have to say. The temperature was in fact a little bit hot. Right, sorry for scratching a lot, I will need this to cook not eggs on it. So the less kind of trash is stuck in there, the better for that. Right, tomato paste. I kind of could have exercised yesterday, I think, especially after all the meat intake, right? Ingestion, but first of all, it was super not alone yesterday in here. Well, second, I still feel super weary from the disease. Apparently my mom also had caught it. I kind of suggested to bring a mask to me to wear, but they said it's a stupid idea that the mask kind of only going to reproduce the disease on my mouth. I also suggested them to wear a mask, but they didn't want to, so apparently they're having fun now. I didn't call it by myself, by the way. This is a person from the far off room. They're always coughing like an absolute my asthma out of them every single time. Without any kind of regard, just come out of the room and start coughing on everyone. Alright, garlic. That is a good product to the eggs. I always find it very, very suiting to eggs and to the salad. If your stomach is strong enough, that is. I feel like with a product, just a small bit of it never hurts. Let's remove this from the screen because it's a little bit like in a way. It started freezing, so honestly I need to start cooking it, but before that. Man, I don't want to eat any freaking eggs. If I could, I would just consume 3 more eggs. I'm sorry, apples like this and just proceed with it. And the trash for now will go in there. What is this on here I'm seeing on the camera? More trash, right? Getsuzuiwa waga teni. San no Getsuzuiwa. The apple was fulfilling. I will be using this apple to cook myself more food. Before proceed anywhere in the forward. There's the rice in the fridge, so the meat will be very sufficient addition to that. All the meat from yesterday I had already ate. So the first thing to say is I need to smear oil again, right? I do. There's for some reason like 50 freaking hairs in my table plate, I'm sorry. Let's smear oil. It's a little bit hot. Let's not hurt myself. Right. No. Now let's cut off onion. A little bit precise, so to be removing all that from the onion. Oh my god, what is the structure of this thing? There's like 2 different onions inside. Let's start cutting without questioning. Will questioning fill my stomach? No. Alright, there was a giant onion. Certainly was, you see. Fills almost entirety of the plate. So whole desk. The desk was bought in a large mall right outside the city. There was just like selling this kind of desk in there, right? Not the desk, but as you can see, the wood, right? The giant slab of wood. The polishing was added up later to it, and initially this desk was I don't recall if it was like more larger in height, in length or in width, right? In one of those aspects, this slab of wood was much larger, right? And there was a special kind of machine in there, in that kind of super large mold for all the technical kind of things, right? There was that machine that cuts this kind of wood as you need, as you see fit in parameters set, right? So this thing was 2 times taller or something like that. And it was cut. I think it was bought like 7 years ago or something, when I was 23. Well, I'm 29 right now, 29 and a half. Right, I need to bring thing to close this with. Also grab a tomato. Full. Apparently fast roads, so there's also like a flight here already over. I don't know, mainly for the freaking fridge, because it can be. I did wash tomatoes, however. And the rice will find itself an application later on with this food. Yet again to say. So a little bit more of oil. There's a lot of onions, so really wouldn't hurt. Now let's shuffle it a bit before closing this garbage. The oil looks really tasty, I ain't going to lie. Look at this. You see all bubbles in there. It cannot be seen, I think. The camera is too sensitive to the light. But I think it can barely be seen. I can see it quite easily with my own eyes, but in here it's a little bit too sensitive. Like this, you see? Let me take a photo. One more commemorative. Or a few. We had a few commemorative photos, those looked really good. Now let's shuffle this before it freaking burns into nowhere. Right, very good. I do while I truly wish there was more games on the PS1 like Dino Crisis and Parasite. If those were really good. Those are absolutely unmatched. That is right. Now let's stuff all the trash into here for now. There's a lot of trash in here. So the cat starts begging for meat in here. Looking around and begging for it. Look at this one. Let's not tempt it, let's feed it. Shall we? Alright, good. There is some food. Tomatoes are out of the skin, the garlic's too. This is the trash. Go for trash. So here I'm in the full glory of mine. Here's chicken. Let's feed the cat because it wishes so. I'm not sure if you'll be able to eat it, Kevin. I think this part will. Yeah, this will surely. I'll just hit the floor with it. It would be very barbaric. Let me bring it to that place. Come in here. Hold on, let me show it in the camera. Be seen yet, right? It can. No, right? Come in here, my friend. too if you wish on my PC. Would you look at this? Or is that as me? Look at this. Come on, are you going to be eating? And you? Where? I don't freaking eat meat. What the hell? Let me cut more of it. I don't care whether they will eat it or not. I think they will come to realize that they need it. Let me clean my hands now. After patching the cat, I continue. Looks like the stupid ass cat didn't want to eat that, but the female cat did. So the male cat is a very large one. He sleeps on my PC. Alright, the food started burning. Slightly bit concerning. Just like it should be, honestly. Now for addition. In the face. Right. Let me, however, somehow put camera here. So this. Where did I put? Here. It's not falling down, is it? What game was good on the PS1? The Star Wars one. That was hilarious one. It smells a little bit like a burn, quite concerning, I have to say. I do hope my food does not burn. I just put a bunch of meat on there, no need to be shy about it. And close it down. Like this. Some more meat in here. Whatever. Alright, trash for now goes in here. The onion goes in here. I made two, both of them, and garlic. And stay in my plate for now. I will take one more loaf of bread, larger one. Put this back into the fridge. Put knife on the whatever this is. I don't know what's in English it is. Put my phone against the second cup. Move all of this into the fridge. That easy. And I'm done. So stupid ass cats didn't wish to eat meat. stupid ass dog came up. Oh, you to the dog then, shall we? No, the cat, it actually cleaned the plate. That's very good. Very reassuring. Let's throw out trash right now in the trash bin, because I may need a space later on down the road. It will like give me significantly if I do not do so. Let's throw out stuff. Thrown out. Now we are done. The 2 portion of food created. Now the only thing that is left to do is not to die from hot, because it's really hot and there is no apples. Let's flip it a little. Ready? And we go here. Giant piece of onion fall off. It's quite hot. Ouch. And this is quite cold. Right now you just need a time, it will cook. Salt. I don't know if I salted my food. There is a sign salted. Did I salt it? I think I had. Man, usually 5x is enough, but I feel such hunger right now. I could eat probably another 4. I'll probably eat the same plate I did. There was an apple inside of me, so maybe that's kind of delusional, right? I'll just give it a bunch of water and wait until meat is here instead. So the tomatoes are not cut. For now, I do not consume them. Her mind is confounded, but she is no stranger. Let's start singing out more. The method sound. Mission. Sup, Rosa, and sail on umbra. Where do we stop? Something on this, right? Yeah, I don't need to be checking out where we start. I already know this much. Sit to the second and code. No, just save it and close. What is shit doing? I'm in. That's right. It's like half a soft, half a hardened one, right? Isn't it? Pretty good bread. Structure, but it is half a hard and half a soft one. She's no stranger to method sound. Sub Rosa and so bro. Right to begin with, right? I use it quite certainly quite often. I kind of suggest to eggs and to the Let me flip a little on my food and it will be cooked in a minute. Don't fall out. Come on, flip, you piece of shit. Stop bouncing around like... This is a Gothic 1 game. A timer. 2. And food cooked soon. Soon. Put a product in. This will be this part of the day. Now we proceed to the order. Alright, I'm going to crop out whatever is going on here. Wrap up with the last post on social media and proceed with the further on with the story.
驚くのも妙に私の体内を舐める私の神経をじくじくと燃やした。
As young, I discovered I could wield a very special sort of fire. It coursed like a blood through my veins, and smoldered away inside my nerves. Well, let me look at the video for a second.
感情が動いた。
Fire would begin to gnaw away at me, consuming me from the inside out. Knowing, that is a known word.
この両手
Oh,
その何かのせいだ。最初は呪いだと思っていたが、執行官になってから道家が私の出自について教えてくれた。
Rebecca Tarlikino, eh? Exactly, that is why my hands are like that too. At first I saw it only as a curse, but once I became a harbinger, the jester apprised me of the truth.
そしてここ数年の調査を経
The
て、
one from the
私
Canrea.
はようやくいくつかの事実に気づいた。
No wonder. So Jester, he is also Canrea's. Together with my own investigations over the past few years, there are several things that I've gradually come to understand. Was that not Arlecchino? Come and speak with Ririus' fiance anyway. what the chances are?
その一つに、赤月というのは、光月が砕けた後、女神が自らの生命を維持するために、アビスと結合した産物である。
For instance, take the so-called Crimson Moon. In truth, it is nothing more than the shattered remnants of the iridescent moon fused with the abyss to prolong its lifespan.
私が使う血縁
Oh,
は、
fuck
赤月
me.
から得た力だ。
This is magic.
光月の権能を持ち、アビスの影響を受けている。
How are they bringing so much freaking light into this character by just allowing this an insanely cinematic angles of just the Note Crisis sky? This is insane. Let's smaller me a little bit and bring the entirety of the game on the screen at last. Right, good, right? Right, Poland, Machi, Suicide, Tsaritsa, Chen, Huche. July 19th, 11:10 a.m. Indeed. Gulp down this thing with here. Done. As per what I'm usually always doing, throw it on the floor like idiot. Take a new one. Put my food into the rice from the fridge. Would really help if I took a shower with no treatment. But, so, as I mentioned earlier, the food goes down here. Oh, look at this kind of onion in there. It's all like yellow and orange. Right. I'm not obsessed with food. I only need food for it to be sufficient for my exercises. That's all to it. Right. That should be more or less it. Let's clean up a little bit more. Let's merge it as per regular, nothing with it. Keep merging. Should all be permeated in each other. Like 6. For now, and I'll cut myself some tomato, shall I? Honestly, I would rather not waste any more of my time on eating, but I'm a big boy, I need a lot of food. It does take like an hour or something like that to fully replenish myself for the entirety duration rest of the day. About 1 hour worth of cooking and an enormous amount of portion of food, just about to fuel me for the about more than 24 hour long. Right, the tomatoes are really juicy, really good. They are from the bazaar. This knife is really difficult to cut yourself with because there is those sort of it cannot be seen too well against the light, but you see right at the bottom there is the sort of it's not a knife that is really sharp at the end, right? It has those kind of bulging in there, right? Like small protrusion instead of like flat kind of surface. It goes like this, right? This is the tip of this knife. It's really difficult to cut yourself with this kind, even if you really intended to. You can be absolutely holding your finger against this thing without any kind of issue. It's a very soft on the touch yourself with. Well, still it's really good for cutting this kind of organic tissue. Alright, let us cut it and be free from all the food necessities. This will aid me throughout the day, because the day just started. It's 2 p.m. and I usually stay all the way to the 2 a.m. or something. A little bit of onion fell, but whatever. So knife is not necessary anymore. Oil should be used in here. This is some trash. That onion gets out of my slipper. onion. Seed from the bread. Right. Now a little bit of vinegar. More salt because there will be freaking rice in there. Right, a little bit of oil in the salad. That's about what I needed. Now move out oil to the wardrobe. The Russian salt can go down. And the SOS going down, down, down. That's my jam. Where is that song? Hold on. I wanna listen to it. That concert thing was hilarious. I ain't going to lie. Hold on. Freaking arsonist. This was absolutely blessed, right? I should be listening to a concert version, honestly. But whatever. Where's the lyrics? Every pair of wings I clipped was all just for the thrill of it. The thrill of watching them go down, down. The taste of my own medicine got me thinking clearly now. It's all made around my rocks. Something everything you touch, there's a reasons. Nothing I refuse to hear the voice of reason. Alright, we're not listening to it, but the AP is hilarious. Especially hitting on that concert. That was absolutely out of place. Out of place special. Right, the hot food turned really cold because the rice was... let me put rice, meat, onion and peas. All this goes into my plate. Well, there's a whole load of a bunch of food. Let me bring it back to the fridge and grab my water and we proceed further. Is there a bunch of tomato on my elbow? What is this tomato doing in here? Since when? Oh! I was moving the tomatoes to the fridge, I see. There was one tomato that spilled a little bit when I was like kind of tried to push it to the to the floor, kind of collided with the floor and spilled out on me, because that particular one, in one place it was, right, one freaking tomato just in the right person in the wrong place can make all the difference. So what are we doing here? Continue with the Genshin Impact, go back to the Lara Croft. have no clue. Eat my food. Second one. If I had consumed it right now, it would really help me for an exercise, meat especially. If I do plan on. It is so hot right now, however. You know what I was thinking yesterday when that person was performing with Darkness concert again, right? That person was performing for that mysterious character. I forgot what the character's name is in this Darkness's game. I don't remember his name mentioned multiple times on various occasions, right? But what the character's name? Hold on, let me try to find it out. Right, this broken ass website that is not even supported anymore, right? You should absolutely still be in here. Because it's an older character. Right, I've been Halls, Gnosis, what was that character's name? The troop one. Trope one. Troop. Oh my god, I don't think he's here. Is he? Oh, this one, Phantom. This outfit in particular, right? So that person that was performing for this kind of character on the scene, in English language, on the Chinese scene, right? That was English speaking person, right? And they were very confident, quite so. And I feel like it was received quite well, right? It went in general. There's a lot of English speaking players in the Darkness's game because it takes up a lot of, you know, the game tries its best to stay international. Unlike many of the English world people that are absolutely batshit crazy, right? So what I want to say, performance sounded a little bit particular, right? But they quite often say in real life, if the person know what they are doing, right? And his voice was absolutely stunning. If you had heard what was he performing with his voice, you would understand that there was even a lyric, right? A word from the text that they were singing, right? How did it go again? If I do not, if I fail you once, right? Something. If I fail you once, when it's those kind of theatrical people, they quite often do not fail. Now, maybe they can fail, right? But quite often, even if they fail, it would result in just, you know, either brushed off, unnoticed, or anything like that. It's never something critical, is what I'm trying to say, right? Because when you are a performer, there is no kind of like right or wrong, right? So the way you perform kind of depends on the way you see it fit and the people perceive it as. So what I wish to summarize this as is the fact that their singing was very peculiar, very kind of unique, right? And the uniqueness is quite often perceived in two ways, right? Uniqueness that is sufficient for the people, and uniqueness that is too bizarre, right? The too bizarre can be a little bit, you know, offensively bizarre, can also vary, right? Or something just, you know, so bizarre it cannot be found like either of use, pleasure, or interest in. There's two separate ways to describe bizarre, put into perspective, right? I think that person was performing and looked quite bizarre in a character. It brings from entirety of them that they had put an entirety of their life into one way of being. Can you blame someone for doing so? If they are not offending anyone, probably not, right? But the man looks kind of very, very interesting from looking at them. I feel like they were raised in some sort of theatrical family, if any. I feel like their parental kind of figure had known something about that. That's the kind of vibe they were giving, honestly. They were raised in a very peculiar environment. Sometimes it can benefit greatly, you know, inheritance to how we act and think and perceive different situations. I think not for all of that which I mentioned right now, described, right? They probably wouldn't somehow made their way to performance in sort of larger concert of the ridiculously known game. Darkness is the biggest known game in the China. Maybe it's just a mobile game. Do you find anything better out there in this world? Nearly everything that you see is freaking predatory out there. Not a video game that is known for being good. Alright, about half of the meat goes into my stomach. I will leave rest for it later. There's honestly quite a lot, I don't need all of this. Alright, the food is not going to spoil even if it's a little bit warm right now. I can feel it will not. Let's continue posting that which I should be. Maybe. Where did it stop? Here? Other than this first one, I eat food. So what's this video then? Da 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 da. Probably the last reply for now, I don't know. I cannot imagine like an entire day sitting in here and throwing my video and photo into the reply systems. Sounds a little bit off to me. I don't know. I was moving the tomatoes to the fridge, I see. There was one tomato that spilled a little bit. I can say in real life that is too bizarre. Too bizarre, right? should continue, shouldn't we? Right, Arlecchino. We're back on the right side, ain't we? I like the left side much more. Let's flip ourselves. We were doing left side, it was just temporary measure. So do we continue with Arlecchino, switch to Tomb Raider? What do we do? What do I do? A good question. Why am I in fucking here? No, I wish to be. No, hardly. I do not fucking wish to be in here. This is the humanly fucking worst. What's in there? Oh. I cannot even see a reply of a person on this fucking broken ass website. What is this dog shit? Look at this. I'm sorry, it's a little bit chroma keyed. Let me restore the opacity. So like this, you can precisely see my notification bar, right? Here's the person, right? Here's my reply. Here's the reply in my reply. There you see it. I click on the like. So FVH to KV, right? This person. One notification, they're like, where the reply at? What is this broken ass fucking website? How do you have social media at such a level of freaking broken ass? Nobody will be using it in the right fucking mind. What is this dog shit? Bro, it's a little bit like and they're like, this is broken ass fucking website. How do you have social media at such a level of freaking broken ass? Nobody will be using it in the right fucking mind. What is this dog shit? What creates so much sound? I think it's that machine creating water. Or is it a PC? I think it's quite hot right now, which is why PC is working overtime. So, In order to prolong the lifespan of our environment of recording here, I should be dropping off immediately Genshin. It should be immediately switched over to the Tomb Raider until I'm bored and back to the Genshin probably, right? So to speak. If I do not drop out right now, it will become super stale. The narration should not be taking longer than 1 hour, 1.5. This is as much as it should be taking, ideally. Da, 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 da. Am I too loud on the recording or what? Why was I so loud? What is this dog shit? Look at this. I'm sorry, it's a little bit chroma keyed. Let me restore the opacity. So like this, you can precisely see my... Here's my reply. Here's reply in my reply. There I see it. Reply in my reply. There I see it. I click on the like. So FVH to KV, right? This person. One notification, they're like, where the reply at? What is this broken ass fucking website? How do they have social media at such a level of freaking... No, I think the volume was just fine. Alright, where's the first post of the day? This one? What's in there? Oh. I cannot even see a reply of a person on this fucking broken ass website. What is this dog shit? Look at this. I'm sorry, it's a little bit chroma keyed. Let me restore the opacity. So like this, you can precisely see my notification bar, right? Here's the person, right? Here's my reply. Here's reply in my reply. There I see it. I click on the like. So FVH to KV, right? This person. One notification, they're like, where the reply at? What is this broken ass fucking website? How do you have social media at such a level of freaking broken ass? Nobody will be using it in the right fucking mind. What is this dog shit? So I'm looking for at least let's swirl this entire place from the kitchen primarily. Did I speak about roaches in the yak? Was that really necessary? I don't know. I don't show any cocks on the screen, do I? Nope, nope, I don't. Alright. Yeah, also random. Guys, did I unfortunately accidentally
音楽は好きよ。いろいろな楽器を独学で学んでさ。
I clicked on bottom right corner of the Windows. That kind of wraps up everything. Right, return to the Node Crisis base. Introduce herself. A tea party companion. Pretty good, I can close it in there. That was good. With Colombian. Eclipse.
はるか昔、カンルイヤ人は赤月を信仰して
Kanruya Jinwa. So when they say Jin in Japanese, that means kind of nationality, as an up suffix, right? So if you want to say Russian in Japanese, you would say Rosha Jin. Jin. Not Jin at the end, suffix to the ethnicity and nationality. А Jin at like in Russian kind of like diminutives, right? Something like that. To finish the Sintal several outbreak of the Wild Hunt had already occurred in Not Cry in the period leading up to that.
当時月の狩人はまだ完全復活しておらず力も限られていました
And as before Yer had regained his body when he was far from regaining his full strength. In other words, in theory at least, he still lacked the means to act in two places at once.
フリンズ、ライトキーパーはこの地でずっと愛の。お前ならただ。
We still haven't gotten the slightest idea what is going on here, and even if Columbina doesn't know where the iridescent moon sparrow is, how do you?
簡単な話だ
Quite simple.
私が赤月の王族の血筋であり爽快の炎の生き残りだからだ
Because I am the inheritor of the royal bloodline of the Crimson Moon and one of the last surviving ember of the two worlds as flames. So Paimon, what to be surprised about? We already knew that much.
本当かそれってさっき言ってたあのカーン・ルイヤの赤月王朝のことか
Correct me if I'm wrong, but was it not mentioned somewhere in the story? Because I personally do not know where it comes in the story, right? I do not know personally. I however recall someone pointing out at it. I think it was during the Kill This quest or something like that. Or at the very least he was involved in there, right? It was all over the social media back in the day, like 1.5 years ago or something. Let me continue. I really do not know where it comes from. I really don't. I think it was some sort of companion quest someone's back released in the day back then. Was it not? Right, I'm gonna stop watching myself. But recalling is kind of doesn't hurt too much, does it? I'm gonna stop with this kind of occasion and what there is to say? Switching to the Tomb Raider would make a lot of sense, but I'm not a fan of that game, to say quite precisely, right? Do I find a good spending of time to spend my time on something so freaking old? I presumably I do not. Let's continue with Genshin, right? There's all the story to be caught up on, and using my opportunity of free time on it sounds like a good time spending. So presumably I'm going to be for now posting on my own page, I don't know. Presumably. No, I'm not certain. Let's just continue, it doesn't matter what I'm doing here, does it? Let's see what Arlecchino has in the store. Let me however close some folders. Or not. No, let's leave it just as it is. I need to encode things, but after switching to the Tomb Raider, right? But for now we are continuing with Genshin, since albeit I have opportunity to be narrating. So let's continue with it while we can. One word of advice: as you are crossing over, no matter what voices you hear, do not answer. Ew. Sounds kinda dangerous. Miss Arlecchino. Arlecchino. Let's continue. It shouldn't be lagging now because the encode ended. The game looks really, really smooth right now, right? Is it the same on the recording? How did Columbina say it?
嫌な感じのする黒い雲
Iyana kanji no suru.
嫌な 感じのする黒い雲と
Kumoto?
よ
Kuroi
く知っ
Kumoto?
た月の光。
Yoku Shitatsu no Hikari. Alright. Let me look at. Is it the same on the recording of which I'm looking at? Yeah, it's perfectly smooth for me right now. I think it looks less smooth on the recording. I think it is perfectly like 120th FPS smooth for me, but it looks really smooth for me, like 120th FPS smooth. Is this something about OBS setting or what? Video 1080p, I have 60 FPS value. Can you change FPS value in OBS? I'm just curious. Is this possible? Is it going to start lagging if I do? Just for a second, I'm going to go and look, stop the recording for a second here. I'm only curious, if I record in 120th FPS in here, is something going to happen in terms of size and how my PC's CPU and graphics card process it? If I just enable 120th FPS, is this what I should be doing for this Genshin recording? I have set 120th FPS right now. It's logically speaking 120th FPS recording right now. Maybe not on this camera, I don't know, but on the game should be definitely. Let's see how it goes.
まるで生まれ変わった友達に会いに行くみたい。行こう。
Echo. Only embers remain. So if I look at my own recording, I'm testing something right now, right? So should I be recording in 120 FPS because it looks literally better and looks like capable of doing so. At the earliest, this Genshin game impact doesn't require, like, you know, crazier PC. It looks much more smoother. Enter the space where the Crimson Moon is. Holy moly. This game is really open about it. Ain't it? Holy moly. So I hope the image looks much better. It looked like 120th FPS kind of significantly made image much significantly better thus far. Go through the passage. Oh god. どうしてあなたがRight, we have just a super fitting character for this.
ついてきて。一休みしたいわ。くだらない。ついてきて。一休みしたいわ。
I'm seriously curious. Did this 120 FPS enabling functionality kind of made it more smooth on the recording, just like I perceive it? Let me look at all this, what we're doing. It looks kind of like what I'm doing. It looks like it's significantly better, but still like looking as better just in general, right? Alright, let's continue.
これってアビスの気配か？空間全体を埋め尽くしてるみたいだぞ。どうすればいいんだ？
なんて悲惨な光景。ボロボロになった遺骸がアビスに空高く吊るされてる。まるで防腐処理を施されてるみたい。
What about the size of the video?
光月、これが君の願いなの。
Kogetsu. It is a 5 minute right now in and it is 230 megabyte tall. So it will be 460 like a regular size too. I don't see any size kind of increasing. The clips weigh about 400 megabyte anyway. So, what did you say?
なんて悲惨な光景。ボロボロになった遺骸がアビスに空高く吊るされてる。まるで防腐処理を施されてるみたい。光月、
Kogetsu.
これが君の願いなの。
On the tragic side, fragments of your broken body seized by the abyss and hang up aloft like mummified remains. Iridescent moon, was this surely what you wished for? Right, I didn't wish to close up volume mixer. Hold on. Dun, dun. Looks like there was only one way through here. Let's keep going and see what's ahead.
不気味だな。気をつけろよ。霧の中に何かがいる気がするぞ。旅人、おいらはお前の後ろをついていくから、あまりサクサク進まないでくれよ。
Yep, I mean, just don't remember to shut up your mouth. Do you recall what Arlecchino said? Do not speak with whatever is going to call out for you. Your mouth is the one to open the most in here.
ついてきて。そういえば、光月はもう砕けたってコロンビーナは言ってたよな。でも、空の月は欠けてるようには見えないぞ。一体どういうことだ？
Zeletta doesn't know. The shoujo. So she said, Paimon said, she doesn't see like fragmented moon. Broken up, right? In Japanese she said. What is this? Party setup. Oh. Is there going to be some fights?
くだらない。
What the hell? Where are the level 102? What are you guys? I don't need to fight them, do I? Why do I need to fight the Healich around here? Am I stupid or what?
ついてきて。
Oh god.
やっぱり完全なのは表から見た時だけみたい。
Facade. Facade. Oh god, what a sight. More hellish room. Oh my god, what is going on in there? This part of the Genshin is epic, eh? Alright, more hellish roll. That one was very lazily looking around. Why are you chasing me? Why my camera dead? Did my phone die? It must have, right? Yep, it sure has. I plugged in my phone into the charger, but the issue is that it plugs in from the two sides, so I quite often cannot say which one's the right one, but looks like it turned on, so it's this one. Rather continue with the third, don't we? I'm going to try and start posting on my own page now. Sound for some reason is on this thing. What I do on this video? Eat food. I eat food on this video. That's my cue. Where is it? This is not it. Must be this one, right? Yep. 14:45. So this is my cue. Right, the phone is going to turn on. $230 megabytes. You read it. She doesn't see like fragmented mom. Broken up, right? In Japanese she said. The frame rate of the video I tried to upload was too high, maximum frame rate 60, actual frame rate 120th. Wonderful. So back in 60 FPS, apparently the Twitter website does not allow the 120th FPS uploads. Can I re-encode the video in FPS lower? Premiere, you re-encode 120 FPS and 60. Yes, you can easily encode 120 FPS footage to 60 FPS in Premiere Pro. The method depends on the right. Apparently there are 2 clips that I cannot be sending out now because they are broken in much higher FPS values. There's 2 clips apparently I need to re-encode or something like that. How do you change FPS value in the Premiere? Just encode it, that's all. It's going to say like the FPS value. 120th FPS, how do I change it? Where is the FPS value? $120th. No, 60. Let's re-encode the video. I kinda wish we were recording like a footage of the game at the moment, but I'm waiting while it's like finished encoding because I need to slot this into the browser. It is what it is. I didn't know that the Twitter doesn't allow the 120th FPS. What a pieces of shit. They do not allow jack shit. Alright, that's one video. This one, let's replace what's in the folder. Replace the file of the destination. Alright, close projects. No, before we do all of this, let's close project first. Don't save. New project, the second clip. Getsuzuiwa Wagateni. Right, frame rate 60. Right, the bit rate 3.2 I usually set. I know for certain that 3.5 bit rate is something primarily used on streaming web services. I feel like that is as much as they allow. Let's check if the video is uploadable on the meanwhile. I think it should be. I'm only curious. At the earliest, this Genshin game Impact doesn't require, like, you know. So, wait. Only embers remain. Like, what I'm doing.
赤い月があるぞ。ここで間違いなさそうだな。
400 megabyte movement.
そういえば
Party setup. Oh god.
やっぱり完
Yeah, it can be uploaded, but I feel like the bitrate kind of fails it, honestly. How much bitrate should I be setting? I have no clue, like 5 or something. Yes, I have a very large kind of video files to be working here with. I ain't going to lie. Usually I set 3.5 or something like that. I feel like I looked at the video, the 3.2 bitrate is really low. Anything that is kind of dense on the visual effect kind of start fragmenting in, right? If you are doing that kind of thing. So what bitrate would make sense? What I usually look forward to? Well, it says 120 FPS first. This is mistake, right? 60 FPS. So what kind of bitrate I'm looking forward to? Usually my clips end up like 400 megabyte, right? What bitrate should I be looking forward to then? So about a little bit more than 5, right? 5.5 it says. I usually encode my large video in the 3.5 bitrate, right? I'm sorry, 3.5, right? I said 3.5. And they end up about 10 gigabyte each. I don't know if I should be encoding not in 3.5, but in 4.5. It is only visually like seen when it's a very dense kind of episode. It only is. I think I should be encoding in about 4.5. I think so. The more I like look at it. Right, the encode is going to come to an end. I'm kind of lower on the memory in here. I should be encoding videos, I think. The second one. I think I will be performing 3 encode after I'm done with the Genshin segment here. If I already am not, because my pace is so destroyed in here with all this encoding kind of figured. I'm kind of glad I did, because honestly I never look how my recording look, how they end up like, right? Looking at how video looks like when I turn in like 3.2 bitrate kind of surprised me. I never look at my own video, like I have no absolutely probability of seeing how it looks on the viewer's side. But now I gained that kind of opportunity in here. So for that alone, that was really worth. Apparently I should be encoding my video in a bit larger than 3.2. Like 4 at the very least. 4.5 maybe ideally. I shouldn't be having any issue with that to begin with. Because I do have memory. Right, those two videos are encoded. Are they at? This one's right. Oh, there's so many videos, I'm kind of lost in here a little. Which one are we speaking even? This one, 1-on-1? Must be this two. I'm only curious, if I record in 120th FPS, this
ついてきて一休みしたいわ
significantly. I'm still at it doing. Not right.
くだらないついてきて
Surely return to the home. Proceed deeper. Alright, that was my plan. All along.
したいわもっと早く
Automaton.
大客
直律令
最高の一品よ
No mats.
くだらない なるほどな
Naruhodana. Paimon just immediately knows everything. It's a really decent moon. Naru is up there in the sky.
そんな高いところにあるのかオイラたちじゃ登れないぞ
Asks Sanrona.
この気配は空からじゃない
Sorakara janai.
むしろ崖の下からだと思う
It's coming from under the mountain.
どれどれうわ水面に変な影が浮かんでるぞあそこ何かの装置があるぞ見に行こうぜ
What is space even? Where we are at? Are they not questioning this rather than like our next objective? Do I head on there? I didn't change any wings for the Sunrunner, but truth be told, I don't have Not Crisis wings, do I? Isn't Sunrunner more like Snezhner?
カーンルイヤの装置みたいだな。昔の人が赤月の空間の研究で残してったのか。発動できたら何か手がかりになるかもな。
Lyman said something about looks like Kainra's device. Activate. Activatus. Boom.
あれ？おい、この装置を動かすと水面に映る影が変化したぞ。
Now the mechanism is running, the shadow in the water looks different.
もしかして装置が鍵なのか？もっと探してみようぜ。
ソリンです。あとは任せて大丈夫。僕たちは先に帰らせてもらうよ。
Oh no.
大丈夫ですか？彼氏さんとのデート邪魔しちゃったりしてません？もう
Date night?
からかわないでったら。夜食机の上に置いといて。
Mind their own business, just leave me some snacks.
ソリンディス？それって月の狩人の恋人の名前だよな。
Koibito
どう
Liver.
してこんなところでこんな声が聞こえたんだ？
Girlfriend. How come we're hearing her voice here? Didn't Nefer previously mention that she was a researcher at the Universitas Magistrorum?
確かに。まさかこの変な空間を研究してたのか？
So you think she was studying the strange space all along? Dun, da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, da, dum, dum. Dum, dum. Dum, dum. Dum, dum. Dum, dum. Dum, dum. The system malfunction. Dun, dun. Alright.
アビスの影響でここの空間はすごく不安定になってる。だから彼女の言葉や行動の一部が残ってるのかも。
So maybe that's why some of the things she said and did were preserved here, like echo and after image.
この景色を見るたびに小さい頃読んだ詩を思い出すの。
Whenever I see this view, it takes me back to a poem from my childhood.
死せる彼女の美しき瞳に流る嘆きの雫。今日も泣くのか残月よ。弱き御霊を嘆くのか。
Nagikuka. Waning moon, all lifeless damsel. Weeping on the mountain crest, mourning still in wistful tone. Her fragile soul now laid to rest.
私みたいな人間が謎に包まれた赤月の空間の研究チームに配属されるなんて、これって偶然。
Goose and coincidence.
一休みしたいわ。
I didn't wish to aggro them. Of course, Sunrona's skill.
この装置はアビスに壊されてるみたいだ。なんとかして直さないとな。この辺に他の装置がないか探してみようぜ。
探してみようぜ。
チョック
対角。
さあついてきて。一休みしたいわ。
Ah, sorry, indios.
ついてきて。
That sounds like a music from the Castle of Baliro or something like that from the Tales of Eternia, right? This kind of suspense it creates. Hear that? Dun, 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 dun. Like some mystery, right? Bam. So what is going to happen once we feed this thing? Did they imprison Rhea here on their own accord or what?
なるほど。月髄。つまり3つの月の力がこう開ける鍵だったのね。
I see, so the moon marrow, or rather the power of the moon, is the key to unlocking.
が本当に存在するなら、この狂気に満ちた茶番も。
If it really does exist, then maybe this madness can finally be put to an end. Madness? Whoever has created social media, I mean.
一休みしたいわ。
Oh god, where did I go? I mean, how do I come in there, like, logically speaking? All around? I wanna do it in Sunrone style. I mean, you can also just walk in here, right? The Sunrone style is doing this.
ついてきて。
Come on, Sandy, you can do it.
一休みしたいわ。
急いで岩の後ろに隠れよう。
What rocks? This one. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Come on. Ha 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 ha. Now what? Is it not over?
アビス抑制装置設置完了。やっと月髄の隠されている部屋に入れるわ。
The Abyss inhibitor in place, I should be able to access the chamber with the moon marrow.
レリル、
Reriru?
あなたは自分の願いから遠ざかってる。でもそれはあなたのせいじゃない。あの異邦人がカーン・ルイヤに来てから国王イルミンはどんどん狂気に侵されていった。
So they've presented as if it is the Reriru, the character that has been hiding away the truth from his fiancé, right? But it looks like his fiancé hiding the truth against the Reriru. Oh, Reriru, with every step you take, you're drifting further from that which you truly desire. But you are not the root of the problem. Ever since that outsider set foot in Kainrad, the Vinster King has sunken deeper into the madness.
もしあの異邦人を
If only I could get my hands on that outsider. So the Abyss Prince, Aether, right?
なあ見ろよ、月の影が元に戻ったぞ。
Hey, look, the moon's reflection is back to normal.
月髄の隠されている部屋に入れるって言ってたよな。もしかして月髄は水面に浮かぶ月に隠されてるのか？
Well, that put us at 2 marrows. We have a 1 inside of Lumin right now, right? And the third one is unknown yet. Serenus' voice mentioned the chamber with the moon marrow. Do you think maybe it's hidden in the moon reflection?
そうだと思う。弱々しい魂の気配がかすかに残ってたから。
Kehaiwa. Aura. Presence. I sense the fragile aura of dying soul.
よし、行こうぜ。
Yosh, we're going to retrieve the moon marrow. The Paimon is excited.
くだらない。
How are you going to get to it, Smardas? The water is super contaminated, ain't it? Is this a Disney cartoon or what? Why can I walk on this kind of corrupted water? Why the moon is reflecting in this position? Do I all see when sun in here? Sever the abyssal fetters. What a large HP bar. Wow. Ma'am. Selenic Chronicle Part 2. Is this the Not Crisis one? I think it is. Which one should we set for Sandrone? I think Mondstadt fit her. And this one is which? Natlan Fontaine. Oh, isn't she's literally a Fontainian character? She literally is, right? She's designed after those mecha, the parental figure for whoever that was creator, right? Are kind of French looking. Wait, is there a description of the wings? Jesus Christ. Oh, what a sexy bitch, I have to say. Tasty. Oh, let's continue.
あれが光月の血髄みたいだな。でも手に入れるにはまずこいつらを壊さないといけないんじゃないか。
もうな、壊さないといけないじゃないか。15th, 47th。
音楽は好きよ。いろいろな楽器を独学で学んできたの。なにその顔。信じてないわね。
その顔。
どこかにピアノがあればすぐにでも披露してあげるわ。
I love Sanrona's design voice. She sounds very good, very polite, kinda childish too. Bye bye. Can I not cheat with this character anyway? I think range is limited.
Choke, 15, 律令、拒絶。みんなには内緒よ。
目も舌も満足させてあげる。冷凍のやりなさい。くだらない。あともうちょっとだ。頑張れ。
頑張れ。
ほら。
ほら。Where? There? No way that does not reach. How so? Oh my god. Bye bye. Cutscene? Someone's going to steal it. And no way they're there. Yeah, how are we going to safely kind of get that out?
これが光月の血髄。炎のように燃え続けてるけど、アビスに汚染されて全く別の姿になってる。
Alright, let me in time to get something corrupted inside.
この中のアビスの力を浄化すれば、純粋な光月の血髄を手に入れられるはずだよ。
Oh, for always.
この中のアビスの力を浄化すれば、純粋な光月の血髄を手に入れられるはずだよ。この中のアビスの力を浄化すれば、純粋な光月の血髄を手に入れられるはずだよ。
Adorable voice.
この中のアビスの力を浄化すれば、純粋な光月の血髄を手に入れられるはずだよ。 この中のアビスの力を浄化すれば、
浄化すれば
純粋な光月の血髄を手に入れられるはずだよ。
チョコの光月は月髄は What else?
この中のアビスの力を浄化すれば、純粋な光月の血髄を手に入れられるはずだよ。
純粋は光月は月髄は
この中のアビスの力を浄化すれば、純粋な光月の血髄を手に入れられるはずだよ。
月髄よ。
この中のアビスの力を浄化すれば、純粋な光月の血髄を手に入れられるはずだよ。
手に入れられるはずだよ。I see. Should be able to obtain its untainted essence. Leave it to me to illumine the cleanser. Incredible. So cold.
あなたなの？来てくれたのね。
It's very warm inside, Lumin. Time to get in.
オイラたちに言ってるのか？
You're talking to us.
会えた。運命が交わって私は解放される。
Our fates have crossed and I am finally free.
ごめんなさい。あの時嘘をついて。たとえ未来を知っていても、死が訪れる時、私は恐怖を捨てられなかったの。
Sorry, lied to you, even knowing what was to come. I still couldn't let go of the fear in my heart as death drew near. Approached.
月が砕けた時、私の体はバラバラになった。まるで切れ味の悪い無数の刃に切り裂かれたような痛みだった。
Oh, ダメだった。
意識がだんだん遠のいて寒くなっていった。
寒くなっていった。
このまま消えたくない。
消えたくない。
そう思った。
Absolutely God-sent voice acting, right?
月が砕けた時、私の体はバラバラになった。まるで切れ味の悪い無数の刃に切り裂かれたような痛みだった。意識がだんだん遠のいてなくなっていった。このまま消えたくない。月が砕けた時、私の体はバラバラになった。まるで切れ味の悪い無数の刃に切り裂かれたような痛みだった。意識がだんだん遠のいて寒くなっていった。このまま消えたくない。そう思った。あの時、あなたはどんな気持ちで私たちの元を訪れたのかな。あなたみたいな勇気があれば、私も死より苦しい思いなんてしなくて済んだのに。
I feel natural to say this. Sometimes a good narration, like a single one of this, right? In a moment that makes sense in terms of story and accompanied to such a good OST BGM, right? This makes up for such an authentic moment in here. Even if you are not a native Japanese speaker, I still feel so much like living in which they created. It is very easy to perceive, right?
あの時、あなたはどんな気持ちで私たちの元を訪れたのかな。あなたみたいな勇気があれば、私も死より苦しい思いなんてしなくて済んだのに。
Oops. I did not wish to turn off the volume mixer. Tell me, what was it that brought you to us all that time ago? If only I had possessed your courage, then I might have been spared this torment more painful than death.
何を言ってるかわからないって顔をしてるね。初めてあなたに会った。あの時の私と同じ。
あの時の私同じ。You're so puzzled. That's how I felt too when I first saw you.
すべてには意味があると信じ続けて。
Everything happens for a reason.
さようなら。ハイポ。
Bye bye, Aposilenia Corombina.
どういうことだ？これが光月の女神が残した声か？
A goddess of the recent moon.
友達に話しかけてるみたいな口調だったけど、オイラたちのことを知らないはずだよな。
知らないはずだよな。
もしかしたら私のことを自分の知る蒼月の神だと勘違いしたのかも。
勘違い。Perhaps she took me for the goddess of the first moon she once knew.
私たちは似たような気配を持ってるから、今にも崩れてしまいそうな彼女の魂には見分けがつかなかったんだと思う。
I love the voice acting. It's very good.
何はともあれ、無事に光月の月髄を手に入れたし、これで力を回復できるよな。戻ってアルレッキーナと合流しようぜ。
バイバイ。
変だな。前と様子が違うぞ。
死せる彼女の美しき。
No.
急げ、ここも崩れるぞ。
ここに閉じ込めるつもりみたい。
誰が何ですか？
光月の月髄を回収した今、漆黒の意志はそう簡単に返してくれないはず。返して赤月の私の血髄、私の心を。
Сладенький, да.
Не хочу, я вот сейчас сосиски...
А мясо?
Я не хочу, извини.
Мясо?
Не хочу, я сильно устал.
Мясо не хочешь есть?
Нет, мясо не хочу.
Да, сосиски хочешь, а мясо не хочешь.